Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3i Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3i Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of Watchers, celestial beings who descended to Earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3I Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept? A symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3I Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realized. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3I Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3I Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3I Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3I Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3I Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged? What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare, perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability, perhaps they were deliberately hiding, or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that travelled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. Perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees, perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3D Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years, written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space on trajectories timed to return to certain systems at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its origin point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise data, without some way to narrow down the possibilities, the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where it was going, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where Earth orbited, where humanity had built its civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated, that different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As 3i Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively fainter and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3i Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps 3i Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy or some higher plane of existence, then objects like 3i Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth and to how humanity responded to the passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of 3i Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after 3i Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood at a threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3 Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3i Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognised that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3e Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3i Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognised it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognise the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3i Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure, or gravitational interactions. These might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3i Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that, observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, just algorithms and subroutines executing instructions that had been encoded billions of years ago. This scenario was in some ways more unsettling than the idea of active observation. It suggested a universe where intelligence could create things that outlasted it by eons, where the artifacts and systems built by long-dead civilizations continued to function with mechanical persistence, carrying out tasks whose original purpose had been forgotten or become irrelevant. It raised questions about what humanity might leave behind if we too vanished, what traces of our existence would persist long after the last human had died, what our own automated systems and space probes might still be doing millions of years from now. The Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1957, were already on trajectories that would carry them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. They would drift through the galaxy for billions of years, long after Earth itself had been consumed by the expanding sun, long after any trace of human civilization had been erased from the cosmos. Each carried a golden record, a message from humanity to any intelligence that might eventually find them, containing sounds and images meant to represent the diversity of life and culture on Earth. But the chances of those records ever being found were infinitesimally small, and even if they were found, the civilization that discovered them would encounter not living humans, but only these fossilized remnants of a species that had existed in the distant past. Was 3i Atlas something similar? A message in a bottle cast into the cosmic ocean by a civilization that had hoped someone might eventually find it, even if that discovery came millions of years after they themselves were gone. The idea was both poignant and profound. The notion that intelligence, once it arose, felt compelled to reach out, to leave some mark of its existence, to assert that it had been here, that it had lived and thought and wondered about its place in the universe. The ancient human impulse to leave marks and messages visible in cave paintings and monumental architecture and written texts might be a universal characteristic of intelligence. The need to say, "I was here," might transcend species and culture, might be a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And if that was true, then the galaxy might be filled with such messages, with artifacts and monuments and probes left by civilizations throughout cosmic history, most of them never found, most drifting in the darkness between stars until they were destroyed by collision or radiation, or the eventual heat death of the universe. But some might be found, and when they were found, they would create moments like this one, moments when a younger civilization encountered evidence of something older and perhaps wiser, something that had travelled further along the path of development and left behind traces of its journey. These moments would be rare, separated by vast stretches of time and space, but they would matter enormously to those who experienced them. They would be the points where different threads of cosmic history intersected, where the stories of separate civilizations briefly touched before diverging again into the darkness. The mythological resonances of this idea were powerful. The concept of inheritance, of receiving wisdom and knowledge from ancestors or predecessors, appeared in every human culture. We built on the achievements of those who came before us, learning from their successes and failures, carrying forward their discoveries and insights. What if this process of inheritance operated not just within human history, but across galactic history? What if the first civilization had left behind a legacy that subsequent civilizations could learn from? A repository of knowledge and experience accumulated over billions of years of existence. The ancient library of Alexandria had been conceived as a repository of all human knowledge, a place where the wisdom of every culture and every era would be collected and preserved. Its destruction was mourned as one of the great tragedies of history, the loss of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. But what if somewhere in the galaxy there existed a library far grander than Alexandria, a collection of knowledge accumulated not just from one species, but from countless civilizations that had risen and fallen across cosmic time? What if the first civilization had created such a repository, and what if objects like 3i Atlas were part of the system that maintained and updated it? This speculation led to questions about the nature of knowledge itself, and how it might be preserved across the vast expanses of time and space that separated civilizations. Information encoded in physical media would degrade over millions of years, corrupted by radiation and cosmic rays, eroded by the slow but inexorable processes of entropy. Even the most durable materials would eventually break down, their structures randomized, their information lost. How could knowledge be preserved for billions of years, across timescales that dwarfed the existence of any single civilization? Perhaps the answer lay not in preserving information in static form, but in encoding it in dynamic systems, in patterns that could maintain themselves through active processes rather than passive storage. Life itself was such a system. DNA preserved information across billions of years of evolution, not through static storage, but through continuous replication and error correction, through the constant activity of living cells that read and copied the genetic code. Perhaps an advanced civilization could create artificial systems that operated on similar principles, self-replicating probes that carried information encoded in their design and behavior, that could repair and maintain themselves across cosmic timescales. If 3i Atlas was such a system, then its very existence, its trajectory and behavior, might constitute a form of information storage and transmission. The object itself would be the message, its physical properties and motion through space encoding data, that could be read by any civilization with sufficient technological sophistication. The anomalies in its trajectory, the deviations from purely gravitational motion, might not be accidental but intentional, carefully programmed variations that carried meaning to those who knew how to interpret them. This interpretation transformed the scientific study of 3i Atlas from mere observation to an act of potential translation. The researchers analysing the object's motion weren't just measuring an astronomical phenomenon, they were potentially decoding a message from an ancient civilization, reading a text written in the language of orbital mechanics and physics. Every data point, every measurement, every observation might be part of that message, a letter in an alphabet we were only beginning to recognise. But even if this was true, even if 3i Atlas was broadcasting information in its very existence, the message might be incomprehensible to humanity at our current level of development. Imagine trying to teach calculus to someone who had never learned arithmetic, or trying to explain quantum mechanics to someone who believed the world was flat. There were levels of understanding that had to be achieved in sequence, foundations that had to be laid before more advanced concepts could be grasped. Perhaps the message encoded in 3i Atlas required knowledge or perspectives that humanity hadn't yet achieved, mathematical frameworks or philosophical concepts we hadn't yet discovered. This possibility was simultaneously frustrating and hopeful. Frustrating because it meant we might be staring directly at profound truths without being able to recognise them, that the answers to our deepest questions might be right in front of us but beyond our current ability to comprehend. But hopeful because it implied that there was more to discover, that humanity's intellectual journey was far from complete, that we had heights of understanding still ahead of us, that would eventually allow us to decode the messages left by elder civilizations. The educational function of such messages would be crucial. If the first civilization wanted to pass on their knowledge to younger species, they would need to do so in ways that guided those species through the necessary stages of development. They couldn't simply hand over advanced technology or profound insights. That would be like giving a child a loaded gun, or a book written in a language they couldn't read. Instead, they would need to create a curriculum, a sequence of discoveries and revelations that built on each other, that led younger civilizations step by step toward greater understanding. Objects like 3i Atlas might be part of that curriculum. Their ambiguity might be intentional, designed to make younger civilizations think and question and debate. The process of studying the object, of wrestling with its anomalies and trying to determine its nature, might be more important than any specific answer. It might be teaching us how to think about the universe in new ways, how to question our assumptions, how to remain open to possibilities we hadn't previously considered. This pedagogical interpretation suggested that the first civilization, if they existed, took their role as elder species seriously. They weren't content to simply exist in isolation, hoarding their knowledge and allowing younger species to struggle blindly toward enlightenment. Instead, they actively worked to educate and guide, creating systems and objects that would appear at appropriate times in the development of emerging civilizations, providing hints and clues and challenges that would push those civilizations toward greater wisdom and capability. The myths of divine teachers and culture heroes took on new meaning in this context. Prometheus bringing fire to humanity, Quetzalcoatl teaching the arts of civilization to the Mesoamericans, Oannes emerging from the sea to instruct the ancient Sumerians. These stories all described beings who came from outside human society and provided knowledge that transformed human existence. What if these weren't just myths, but distorted memories of actual contact with representatives of an elder civilization, beings who had intervened at crucial points in human development to provide guidance and instruction? The prohibition against such intervention, the famous prime directive from science fiction that forbade advanced civilizations from interfering with less developed ones, might not reflect the actual ethics of real elder civilizations. Perhaps they had learned through long experience that some degree of guidance and intervention was beneficial, that younger civilizations left entirely to their own devices too often destroyed themselves or stagnated at primitive levels of development. Perhaps the first civilization had developed sophisticated protocols for intervention that provided just enough help to allow younger species to overcome critical challenges without robbing them of agency or the valuable lessons learned through struggle. If this was true, then human history might be dotted with such interventions, moments when our ancestors received crucial knowledge or assistance that allowed our civilization to advance past bottlenecks that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations around the world, the rapid development of mathematics and astronomy in ancient civilizations, the seemingly inexplicable leaps in technology and understanding that occurred at various points in history. Perhaps some of these had been nudged along by subtle interventions from elder species who watched over emerging civilizations and provided help when it was most needed. But such interventions would need to be subtle, disguised as natural developments or human achievements, so that the receiving civilization would still feel ownership of its progress. Too obvious an intervention would create dependence, would make the younger civilization look always to the elder for answers, rather than developing their own capabilities. The art would be in providing just enough help, just enough guidance to keep the civilization on a productive path, without taking away the struggle and effort that made growth meaningful. 3 Atlas might represent such a carefully calibrated intervention. Its ambiguous nature ensured that humanity would have to work to understand it, would have to develop new capabilities and new ways of thinking to determine its true character. We couldn't simply observe it and know immediately what it was. We had to struggle with the question, debate the possibilities, gather more data, refine our theories. And in that process, we were developing exactly the kind of scientific sophistication and intellectual flexibility that would be needed for eventual contact with elder civilizations. The timing of its arrival was also potentially significant. 3I Atlas appeared in our solar system at a moment when humanity had just developed the technological capability to detect interstellar objects, when we had built telescopes and survey systems powerful enough to spot these rare visitors as they passed through. A century earlier, we wouldn't have seen it at all. A century later, we might have developed enough capability to intercept it, to send a probe to rendezvous with it and study it up close. The object arrived in the narrow window when we could detect it and wonder about it, but not yet fully investigate it. A perfect moment to spark questions and drive the development of new capabilities. Was this timing coincidence? Or had the object been programmed to make itself noticeable at exactly this stage of human development? To arrive when we were ready to ask questions but not yet ready for easy answers? The orbital mechanics required to achieve such precise timing would be extraordinarily sophisticated, requiring the ability to predict the development of civilizations across timescales of millions of years. But perhaps that was exactly the kind of capability the first civilization possessed. The ability to model and predict the evolution of intelligent species, to calculate when they would reach various developmental milestones, to time interventions with precision measured in millions of years. This idea staggered the imagination. It implied a level of understanding of intelligence and civilization that went far beyond anything humanity had achieved. We could barely predict the development of our own society over decades, let alone model the evolution of other species over eons. But an ancient civilization with billions of years of experience, with observations of countless other species going through similar developmental arcs, might have discovered patterns and regularities that allowed such long-term prediction. They might have developed a science of civilizational development as rigorous and predictive as our physics or chemistry. If such a science existed, it would transform our understanding of intelligence and progress. It would suggest that the development of technological civilization followed certain predictable pathways, that there were common challenges every emerging species faced, common bottlenecks and critical points where civilizations either succeeded in overcoming obstacles or failed and declined. The first civilization might have mapped this landscape of developmental possibility, identifying the key moments when intervention could be most beneficial, creating systems that would provide appropriate guidance at each stage. This model of guided development stood in contrast to the more pessimistic interpretations of the Fermi paradox, which suggested that most civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps the paradox was resolved not by universal failure, but by universal guidance. Elder civilizations watching over younger ones, preventing the most catastrophic outcomes, ensuring that a certain percentage of emerging species successfully navigated the dangers of technological adolescence and matured into stable, long-lived civilizations. But such guidance couldn't prevent all failures. Some civilizations would inevitably make choices that led to their destruction despite the best efforts of their watchers. The guidance had to allow for free will, for the possibility of both success and failure, or it would be mere puppetry rather than genuine development. The first civilization might watch with regret as some younger species destroyed themselves, but they would respect the autonomy that made intelligence meaningful, the freedom that allowed for both growth and tragedy. Humanity in the early 21st century stood at exactly such a critical juncture. The challenges we faced, climate change, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, all carried the potential for both tremendous benefit and catastrophic harm. We had developed capabilities that could either elevate our civilization to new heights or destroy it entirely, and the choices we made in the coming decades would determine which outcome prevailed. If the first civilization was watching, if 3i Atlas was part of their monitoring system, then they would be observing humanity at this critical moment with keen interest, noting which choices we made and how we handled the responsibilities that came with our newfound powers. The weight of that observation, the sense of being watched and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, could be either paralyzing or motivating. It could make us doubt our own judgment, make us wish for clearer guidance, make us long for the elder civilization to simply tell us what to do, or it could inspire us to rise to the occasion, to prove ourselves worthy of joining the community of advanced civilizations, to demonstrate that humanity deserved to survive and thrive and eventually take its place among the stars. The myths and religious traditions of humanity had long grappled with the idea of divine judgment, of being evaluated by higher powers, of needing to prove oneself worthy of salvation or enlightenment. Perhaps these spiritual frameworks were humanity's way of preparing itself for the moment when such evaluation would become literal, when we would actually be observed and assessed by elder intelligences who would determine whether we were ready for contact and inclusion in the galactic community. But the evaluation wouldn't be based on our adherence to any particular religious doctrine or moral code. The first civilization, having observed countless species across billions of years, would understand that morality and culture took many forms, that there was no single right way to organize a society or structure, a civilization. What they would be evaluating was something more fundamental, our capacity for wisdom, our ability to think long-term, our willingness to cooperate for common goals, our commitment to preserving rather than destroying the precious phenomenon of intelligence and consciousness. These qualities transcended any particular cultural or religious framework. They were the basics of mature civilization, the prerequisites for species that hoped to survive for millions of years rather than flaming out in a brief burst of technological prowess, followed by self-destruction. And they were qualities that could be observed and measured, patterns of behavior that revealed whether a civilization had achieved the stability and wisdom necessary for long-term survival. The study of 3i Atlas and humanity's response to it might itself be part of that evaluation. How did we react when confronted with something ambiguous and potentially revolutionary? Did we approach it with open minds and rigorous methods, or did we retreat into dogma and denial? Did we allow the discovery to inspire cooperation and shared purpose, Or did it become another source of conflict and competition? The answers to these questions would reveal much about humanity's readiness for contact with elder civilizations. As months passed and 3i Atlas continued its outward journey, the initial excitement began to fade from public consciousness. The object became old news, replaced in the headlines by more immediate concerns and crises. But in the scientific community, and among those who'd been most deeply affected by its passage, the questions it raised continued to resonate. They had seen something that challenged their understanding of the universe, something that refused to fit neatly into existing categories, something that demanded they think more carefully about what was possible and what was real. For some researchers, 3i Atlas became an obsession, a puzzle they couldn't let go of despite the lack of definitive answers. They continued to analyse the data, searching for patterns and anomalies they might have missed on first examination. They developed new models and simulations, trying to find explanations that could account for all the observations without requiring exotic assumptions. They wrote papers and gave presentations trying to convince their colleagues that the object deserved more attention, more study, more theoretical consideration. Others moved on, filing 3i Atlas away as an interesting anomaly, but one that ultimately didn't change the fundamental picture of the universe. It was an interstellar object with some unusual properties, perhaps worthy of follow-up study if another one appeared, but not something that revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. They returned to their regular research programs, to studies of exoplanets and galaxy formation and dark matter, to the questions that had occupied them before 3i Atlas appeared and would continue to occupy them after it was gone. But even those who moved on found that something had changed. The universe seemed less empty now, less purely mechanical. The possibility that intelligence might be scattered throughout the galaxy, that ancient civilizations might have left traces and markers and messages, had taken root in the collective consciousness of humanity. We couldn't unknow what 3i Atlas had taught us, that interstellar objects were real, that they passed through our solar system on timescales of years or decades, that the galaxy was more interconnected than we had realized. This new awareness began to influence humanity's approach to space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If interstellar objects were arriving at our solar system with some regularity, then we needed better systems for detecting and studying them. Proposals were developed for dedicated survey telescopes that could spot these visitors earlier, track them more precisely, characterize them more completely. Some researchers advocated for the development of rapid response spacecraft that could be launched to intercept particularly interesting objects, to study them up close before they receded beyond reach. The technical challenges were formidable, but the motivation was clear. Every interstellar visitor was a potential source of information about other star systems, other planetary environments, and potentially other civilizations. We couldn't afford to let them pass through unobserved, to miss opportunities for discovery, because we lack the infrastructure to study them properly. 3i Atlas had been a wake-up call, a reminder that the universe brought gifts to those who were prepared to receive them. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also evolved in response to 3i Atlas. Traditional SETI programs had focused primarily on detecting radio or optical signals, assuming that advanced civilizations would announce their presence through electromagnetic broadcasts. But 3i Atlas suggested another possibility, that evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence might come not through intentional signals, but through the physical artifacts that civilizations left behind or sent out into the galaxy. This approach, sometimes called artifact SETI, or the search for technosignatures, gained new prominence and funding. Researchers began developing methods for distinguishing artificial objects from natural ones, for identifying the subtle signatures of design that might be visible even in objects that had been engineered to appear natural. They studied the anomalies in 3i Atlas's behaviour, trying to understand what kinds of deviations from natural motion might indicate artificial origin. They considered what kinds of materials or structures would be most durable across interstellar timescales, what designs would be most likely to survive millions of years of travel through space, while still retaining recognisable artificial characteristics. This work required collaboration between astronomers, physicists, engineers, and even archaeologists and anthropologists who understood how to identify the traces of intelligence in ambiguous contexts. It was inherently interdisciplinary, requiring insights from multiple fields to address questions that didn't fit neatly into any single domain. and it forced researchers to think carefully about their assumptions regarding intelligence and technology, to recognise that their intuitions were based on limited experience with a single technological civilization and might not apply to species with radically different evolutionary histories and cultural frameworks. The philosophical implications were equally profound. If advanced civilizations were sending objects through the galaxy, if the cosmos was filled with ancient artifacts and monitoring systems, then intelligence was not a rare and isolated phenomenon, but a persistent feature of the universe. Consciousness had arisen not just once, but many times, and it had achieved capabilities that allowed it to extend its reach across interstellar distances, to leave marks that would persist for billions of years. The universe was not indifferent to mind. It had given birth to mind repeatedly, and those minds had shaped the cosmos in ways we were only beginning to recognise. This realisation offered a kind of cosmic comfort, a sense that humanity was part of something larger and longer lasting than our individual lives, or even our entire civilization. We were threads in a vast tapestry woven across billions of years of galactic history, connected to other intelligences through the objects and messages that travelled between the stars. Our struggles and achievements mattered not just to us, but to that larger story, to the ongoing experiment of consciousness that the universe had initiated when the first stars formed and the first planets coalesced. But with that comfort came responsibility. If we were part of a larger community of intelligence, even if that community was separated by vast gulfs of time and space, then we had obligations to that community. We needed to ensure that our thread of the tapestry didn't end prematurely, that we survived long enough to contribute our own knowledge and experience to the cosmic repository. We needed to develop our own capabilities for interstellar communication and exploration, to eventually become not just recipients of messages from elder civilizations, but senders of our own messages to younger ones. The vision of humanity's future that emerged from contemplating 3i Atlas was ambitious and inspiring. We would solve our current crises, overcome the challenges that threatened to destroy us, and mature into a stable civilization capable of thinking across timescales of millions of years. We would develop the technology for interstellar travel, sending our own probes and perhaps eventually our own people to other star systems. We would discover other civilizations, some younger than us, and some older, and we would learn from them and teach them in turn. And perhaps, millions of years from now, we would ourselves become an elder civilization, watching over emerging species, sending our own artifacts through the galaxy to guide and inspire. This vision stood in stark contrast to the darker scenarios that often dominated discussions of humanity's future. The fears of environmental collapse, nuclear war, AI catastrophe, or slow decline into barbarism. It offered hope without being naive, acknowledging the challenges we faced while insisting that they could be overcome, that humanity had the potential for greatness if we could find the wisdom and will to realise it. 3i Atlas, whether natural or artificial, whether random or intentional, had become a symbol of that hope. It represented the possibility of contact and connection across the vast distances of space and time that separated civilizations. It suggested that the universe was not empty but filled with intelligence and purpose, that consciousness had a role to play in the cosmic story, that the work of thinking and wondering and striving to understand was not futile, but meaningful in ways that extended far beyond our immediate experience. As the object continued its journey back toward interstellar space, as it grew fainter and more distant with each passing day, those who watched it felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sadness because a rare opportunity was slipping away, because the chance to study this mysterious visitor was coming to an end. But also anticipation, because 3i Atlas had shown that such visitors were possible, that the galaxy sent messengers to those who were ready to receive them. If one interstellar object had appeared, others would follow. And with each new arrival, with each new opportunity for study and wonder, humanity would learn more about the cosmos and our place within it. The myths of return, the ancient promises that the gods would come back, that the golden age would be restored, that the mysteries would finally be revealed, these took on new significance in light of 3i Atlas. Perhaps the promises were true, not in the literal sense that ancient peoples had understood them, but in a deeper sense. Perhaps the universe itself promised that intelligence would not remain isolated, that consciousness would find ways to bridge the gaps between stars, that the work of understanding would eventually connect minds across cosmic distances. Thurukis Atlas had passed through our solar system like a word spoken in the darkness, like a sentence in a conversation that had been going on for billions of years. We had caught only a fragment of that sentence, enough to know that something was being said but not enough to understand the full message. But we had heard it, and we had responded by listening more carefully, by building better instruments, by asking deeper questions. And in that response, we had taken our first steps toward joining the conversation, toward adding our own voice to the cosmic dialogue between intelligences separated by space and time. The object receded into darkness, its light fading until it was lost among the countless other points that filled the night sky. But it had left something behind, not a physical trace, but a transformation in human consciousness, a shift in how we thought about ourselves and the universe. We would never look at the stars the same way again. We would always wonder what other objects might be passing through our solar system undetected, what other messages might be waiting for us if we only knew how to look. The sky had become a place of infinite possibility, and 3 Atlas had been our guide into that new understanding. What if it was the first civilization returning? What if the ancient cycle was beginning again, the pattern repeating as it had countless times before? We might never know for certain, but the question itself was enough to change us, to make us reach beyond our current limitations, to inspire us to become something more than we had been. And perhaps that was the real message of 3i Atlas, not any specific information encoded in its structure or trajectory, but simply the reminder that we were part of something larger, that the universe was alive with meaning and purpose, that the work of consciousness mattered across cosmic scales. The first civilization, if they existed, would be watching to see what we did with that reminder. They would be observing whether humanity rose to meet the challenge or fell back into comfortable certainty. They would be noting our choices and our commitments, evaluating whether we were ready to take the next steps toward maturity as a civilization. And 3i Atlas, the silent traveller from distant stars, would carry news of that evaluation back to wherever it was going, adding one more data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The nature of return across deep time. To speak of the first civilization returning required confronting a concept that human minds were not evolved to grasp. Deep time. Not the thousands of years of recorded history, not even the millions of years of human evolution, but the billions of years across which a truly ancient civilization might exist. If the first civilization had arisen when our galaxy was young, perhaps 10 billion years ago, then they had existed for a span of time more than twice as long as Earth itself had been a solid planet. What did return mean across such gulfs of time? What did continuity of identity mean for a civilization that had endured longer than most stars? The human conception of civilization was based on our own brief experience, a few thousand years of written history, perhaps 10,000 years since the agricultural revolution. Even our longest-lasting institutions, our most enduring religions and empires, measured their lifespans in mere centuries or millennia. We had no framework for understanding what a civilization might become after 1 billion years, let alone 10 billion. The changes would be so profound, so total, that the civilization that existed now might bear no recognizable relationship to the one that had begun so long ago. Consider what humanity had become in just a few 100,000 years of existence as a distinct species. We had evolved from small bands of hunter-gatherers in Africa to a global civilization of billions, had developed language and art and science, had split the atom and sent machines to other worlds, and yet biologically we were still essentially the same species that had painted caves at Lascaux and carved figurines from mammoth ivory. Our brains were the same size, our bodies the same shape. The real changes had been cultural, technological, social, but even those had occurred within the constraints of human biology and psychology. But a civilization that persisted for billions of years would not remain constrained by its original biology. The first civilization would have had eons to master genetics, to redesign themselves at the molecular level, to transcend the limitations of the flesh that had given birth to their consciousness. They might have uploaded their minds into substrates more durable than biological neurons, encoded their personalities and memories in crystalline matrices or quantum fields that could survive for geological ages without degradation. They might have dispersed themselves across the galaxy, each individual becoming a distributed intelligence spanning multiple star systems, thinking thoughts that took centuries to complete but comprehended scales of space and time that biological minds could never grasp. Or perhaps they had gone further still. Perhaps they had discovered that consciousness itself was a pattern that could be abstracted from any particular physical substrate, that mind was fundamentally a mathematical structure that could be instantiated in multiple forms simultaneously. They might exist now as pure information, as patterns of organization that propagated through the fabric of space-time itself, as conscious fields that permeated the galaxy, like an invisible ocean in which younger civilizations swam without knowing they were immersed in something alive and aware. The physics of such existence remained beyond human understanding, but that didn't make it impossible. 1,000 years ago, no human could have conceived of a computer, of information encoded in electronic states, of virtual worlds where minds could interact without physical presence. What might be possible with technologies developed over billions of years, with scientific understanding that had mapped every physical law to arbitrary precision, with engineering capabilities that could manipulate matter and energy at the quantum level as easily as humans shaped clay? If the first civilization had achieved such transcendence, then 3 Atlas represented something more complex than a simple probe or monitoring device. It might be an interface, a point of connection between realms of existence so different that direct contact would be impossible. The object's physical form, its rock and ice and whatever else it was made of, might be the tip of something that extended into dimensions of reality that human instruments couldn't detect, that human concepts couldn't describe. We saw a visitor from another star system. They might see a sensory organ, an eye that allowed them to observe the physical universe they had left behind eons ago. This interpretation suggested that the first civilization hadn't so much departed from the physical universe as transcended it, moving into states of being that still maintained some connection to the realm of matter and energy, but were no longer primarily located there. They would be like adults who had grown beyond childhood, but still occasionally visited the playground where they had played, not to return to what they once were, but to remember, to observe, to perhaps guide younger children through the same developmental stages they had once traversed. The concept resonated with mystical and religious traditions from across human cultures. The idea of transcendence, of spiritual evolution toward higher planes of existence, appeared in Buddhism and Hinduism, in Gnosticism and Kabbalah, in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide. These frameworks described reality as layered, with the physical world being merely the lowest or densest level, and consciousness capable of ascending through progressively more refined states of being. What if these weren't just metaphorical or psychological maps, but actual descriptions of something real, something that advanced civilizations discovered and achieved through technological or evolutionary means? The Tibetan Buddhist concept of the Tulku, a being who had achieved enlightenment but chose to return to the physical world to help others, offered a particularly apt parallel. The Tulku was not bound by the limitations of ordinary existence but voluntarily adopted them to serve a compassionate purpose. Perhaps the first civilization operated on a similar principle, maintaining connections to the physical universe, not because they needed to, but because they chose to, out of some sense of responsibility or care for the younger civilizations still struggling through the challenges they had long ago overcome. But this raised questions about motivation that were perhaps even more difficult than the technical questions about capability. Why would a civilization that had transcended physical existence care about species like humanity? What would motivate them to maintain monitoring systems, to send probes like 3i Atlas, to watch over the development of beings so far below them in capability and understanding that we might as well be insects? The gulf between the first civilization and humanity would be vastly greater than the gulf between humans and bacteria. What did bacteria matter to us, except when they threatened our health or proved useful for our purposes? Perhaps the answer lay in memory. The first civilization would remember what it was like to be young, to struggle with existence, to face the challenges that threatened to destroy them before they achieved stability. Those memories, preserved across billions of years, might generate a kind of cosmic empathy, a recognition that every form of consciousness was precious because it recapitulated something of their own journey. They might see in humanity a version of themselves as they once were, and that recognition might motivate them to provide the kind of help they wished they had received during their own difficult adolescence as a species. Or perhaps their motivation was more abstract, rooted in values and purposes that had evolved over billions of years into something human minds couldn't recognize as motivation at all. A civilization that old would have had time to contemplate the deepest questions of existence, to develop philosophical and ethical frameworks of extraordinary sophistication, to arrive at conclusions about meaning and purpose that transcended the biological imperatives that drove younger species. They might help younger civilizations not out of empathy or self-interest, but out of commitment to principles so refined that they appeared to us as something like cosmic dharma, the natural order of how consciousness should relate to itself across the universe. The possibility that 3i Atlas was returning implied that the first civilization had visited before, that there was a history of contact stretching back into Earth's past. But what would such contact have looked like? If they had been watching Earth for billions of years, they would have observed its entire history from barren rock to living world. They would have seen the first self-replicating molecules emerge in ancient oceans, watched as single cells evolved into complex multicellular life, observed the explosion of diversity in the Cambrian, witnessed the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, noted the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually humans. At what point would they have begun to take special interest? When the first neurons fired in the first nervous system, creating the earliest glimmers of subjective experience? When the first primate looked up at the night sky and wondered what those lights were? When the first human stood upright and freed their hands to make tools? When language emerged and humans could share their thoughts, creating culture that could be transmitted across generations? Or only recently, when we developed technology sophisticated enough to detect objects like 3i Atlas and wonder about their nature? Each of these moments represented a threshold, a qualitative change in the complexity and capability of consciousness on Earth. An ancient civilization monitoring the development of life on countless worlds might have developed sophisticated metrics for identifying such thresholds, algorithms for determining when a planet had crossed from one category to another, protocols for how to respond at each stage. Earth might be one of millions of worlds they tracked, each at different stages of development, each requiring different levels of attention and intervention. This suggested not a binary state of contact versus non-contact, but a spectrum of engagement that varied based on the developmental stage of the younger civilization. In Earth's distant past, when life was simple, the engagement might have been minimal. Occasional observations, basic data collection, perhaps subtle adjustments to conditions that would favour the evolution of complexity. As life became more sophisticated, as nervous systems and brains evolved, the attention might have increased, with more frequent monitoring and more detailed study. And now, as humanity approached the threshold of becoming a technological civilization capable of spreading beyond its home planet, the engagement might be entering a new phase, one that required different protocols and raised the possibility of more direct contact. 3i Atlas might be part of that transition, a signal that humanity had been noticed, that we had achieved a level of development that warranted a different kind of attention. The object's ambiguous nature, hovering between natural and artificial interpretations, might be exactly appropriate for this moment. Obvious enough to be detected by our best instruments, strange enough to provoke serious investigation, but not so clearly artificial that it would cause the kind of societal disruption that premature contact might trigger. This gradualist approach to contact made sense from the perspective of a civilization that thought in timescales of billions of years. They wouldn't be impatient, wouldn't force the pace of development, would be willing to wait centuries or millennia for humanity to mature to the point where contact could be productive rather than destructive. From their perspective, a few thousand years was nothing barely worth noting. They could afford to be patient, to let younger civilizations develop at their own pace, intervening only subtly when necessary to prevent catastrophic outcomes or provide crucial hints at key moments. But this raised uncomfortable questions about human agency and autonomy. If the first civilization had been guiding humanity's development for thousands or millions of years, then how much of what we thought of as our own achievement was really ours? Had we developed agriculture and mathematics and science through our own ingenuity, or had we been nudged toward these discoveries by interventions so subtle we couldn't recognize them? Were we truly free agents shaping our own destiny, or were we following a path that had been laid out for us by intelligences that knew far better than we did where that path should lead? The question was similar to old theological debates about free will versus divine providence, but with the abstract concept of God replaced by the concrete possibility of an ancient alien civilization. The emotional response was similar too, a mixture of gratitude for guidance and resentment at manipulation, comfort in knowing someone wiser was watching over us, and anger at the implication that we weren't fully in control of our own fate. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere between the extremes. The first civilization might have set up conditions that made certain developments more likely, protecting Earth from asteroid impacts that would have sterilized the planet, ensuring that the sun's output remained stable enough for complex life to evolve, perhaps even seeding the primordial oceans with organic molecules that would kickstart the origin of life. But once those initial conditions were set, they might have stepped back, allowing evolution and history to unfold according to their own logic. The guidance would be at the level of enabling conditions rather than specific outcomes, like a parent who provides a safe environment and educational opportunities but allows their child to make their own choices and mistakes. Under this model, humanity's achievements were genuinely our own, but we had benefited from a cosmic context that was less hostile than it might otherwise have been. The first civilization hadn't told us what to discover or how to organise our societies, but they had ensured we had the time and stability to figure these things out for ourselves. Through Atlas might be their way of checking in, of seeing how we had developed, of determining whether we were ready for the next stage of whatever process they had initiated when they first set up the conditions that would allow Earth to become a living world. This perspective suggested that there might be many Earths, many worlds where the first civilization had established similar conditions and then watched to see what emerged. Most might have produced nothing, or only simple life that never evolved beyond bacterial mats. Some might have developed complex ecosystems but never given rise to intelligence. A few, like Earth, might have successfully produced technological civilizations, and perhaps an even smaller number had gone further, had survived their own crises and matured into stable civilizations that were themselves now part of the network of intelligences that populated the galaxy. This vision implied a kind of galactic ecology, a layered system of civilizations at different stages of development, with the first civilization at the apex, the newest and youngest at the base, and multiple intermediate levels in between. Each level would have responsibilities to the levels below: guidance without interference, observation without control, help without dependence. And each level would have achieved its position by successfully navigating the challenges that destroyed so many others, by making the right choices at critical moments, by developing the wisdom and maturity that allowed them to survive long enough to join the community of elder species. Humanity, in this framework, was an infant civilization, barely aware of the larger context in which we existed. We saw ourselves as alone in the universe because we lacked the capability to detect the more subtle signs of intelligence that surrounded us. We interpreted the silence of the cosmos as evidence of our isolation, when in fact we were being observed and evaluated, our development tracked and analysed by intelligences that had learned long ago to make their presence unobtrusive. Threat Atlas might be one of the first signs visible to us precisely because we had finally developed instruments sensitive enough to detect it. A reward for progress, a hint that there was more to discover if we kept looking and thinking and questioning. But this optimistic vision had to be balanced against darker possibilities. What if the first civilization's interest in younger species wasn't benevolent? What if they monitored developing civilizations not to help them, but to exploit them, to harvest their resources or knowledge, or creativity? What if 3i Atlas was a scout for an invasion, a preliminary survey before the arrival of forces that would colonize Earth and subordinate or destroy humanity? The history of contact between civilizations on Earth offered little comfort. More advanced societies had repeatedly conquered and exploited less advanced ones, justified by ideologies of superiority and manifest destiny. Why would the pattern be different at a galactic scale? The difference perhaps lay in the timescales involved and the resources available. When European powers colonized the Americas, they were motivated by competition with each other, by the need for resources that were scarce in their home territories, by pressures that operated on timescales of years and decades. But a civilization that had existed for billions of years, that had access to the resources of countless star systems, that thought in timescales of millions of years, such a civilization would not be driven by the same desperate competition for scarce resources. they would have achieved a level of abundance that made exploitation of younger species economically pointless. Moreover, a civilization that old would have had billions of years to work through the ethical implications of their actions, to develop moral frameworks sophisticated enough to handle the responsibilities that came with their power. They would have seen the consequences of exploitation and domination, would have observed countless examples of civilizations that destroyed themselves through unchecked aggression, would have learned that cooperation and mutual support led to better long-term outcomes than predation. Their ethics might have evolved beyond anything humans would recognize, but at minimum they would likely have developed strong prohibitions against actions that harmed other forms of consciousness. Unless, of course, they didn't recognize younger species as truly conscious in a morally relevant sense. This was perhaps the most troubling possibility, that the first civilization, having evolved so far beyond their origins, might have lost the ability to see creatures like humans as deserving of moral consideration. We might be to them what insects were to us, vaguely interesting from a scientific perspective, but not beings whose suffering or death mattered in any deep way. They might study us the way we studied ants, with clinical detachment, noting our behaviours and social structures without feeling any obligation to consider our interests or protect our well-being. Yet this seemed inconsistent with the effort implied by sending objects like 3i Atlas across interstellar distances. Why bother monitoring civilizations if you didn't care about them in some way? Even our study of insects involved some level of interest and respect for the forms of life we examined. A civilization sophisticated enough to maintain a galactic monitoring network would presumably have developed frameworks for understanding and valuing. Consciousness in its many forms would have arrived at the conclusion that all forms of awareness were part of the same fundamental phenomenon and deserved protection and support. Perhaps the key was to recognize that benevolent might not be the right word. The first civilization's interest in humanity might not be warm or caring in the way humans understood those terms. It might be more like the interest a gardener took in their garden, a practical concern for maintaining conditions that allowed diverse forms of life to flourish, not out of emotional attachment to any individual plant, but out of commitment to the overall health and beauty of the ecosystem. They might not love us, but they might still work to ensure we had the opportunity to develop and thrive, because that served larger purposes we couldn't yet understand. This utilitarian approach was cold comfort for those who wanted to believe the universe was fundamentally caring, that consciousness was cradled in a cosmos that valued its existence. But it was better than the alternative, a universe actively hostile to intelligence, where older civilizations exploited younger ones without compunction, where survival required constant vigilance against threats from the darkness between stars. At least a gardener wanted their plants to grow, even if the individual flowers didn't matter as much as the overall display. The question of what had happened to civilizations that arose after the first, but before humanity, added another layer of complexity to these speculations. If the first civilization was 10 billion years old, and the universe had continued producing stars and planets throughout that time, then there should have been countless opportunities for other civilizations to emerge. Some might have arisen 8 billion years ago, or 5 billion, or 2 billion, each of them ancient beyond human comprehension, but young compared to the first. What had become of these intermediate civilizations? Had they all followed similar trajectories, evolving and transcending until they joined the first civilization in whatever higher plane of existence they had achieved? Or had some chosen different paths, developing in ways that diverged from the pattern established by the first? There might be a rich ecology of ancient civilizations, each with their own character and capabilities, each occupying different niches in the galactic ecosystem. Some might focus on physical engineering, building megastructures and reshaping star systems. Others might specialize in biological or genetic work, seeding life and guiding evolution across countless worlds. Still others might be primarily devoted to information and knowledge, maintaining vast archives and libraries that preserved the accumulated wisdom of galactic history. 3. Atlas might be part of a system maintained not by one civilization, but by a coalition or network of elder species, each contributing their own capabilities and perspectives to the project of monitoring and supporting younger civilizations. The object might have been designed collaboratively, incorporating technologies and knowledge from multiple sources, representing a collective effort rather than the work of a single species. This would explain some of its strangeness. It wasn't designed according to any one species' logic, but reflected a compromise or synthesis of multiple design philosophies, multiple ways of thinking about what a monitoring probe should be and how it should function. This vision of a galactic community of ancient civilizations working together to maintain and support the emergence of new consciousness across the universe was deeply appealing. It suggested that intelligence, once it matured beyond its violent and competitive origins, naturally evolved toward cooperation and mutual support. It implied that the universe, whatever its physical indifference, had been shaped by conscious effort into something more hospitable to life and mind. The work of billions of years had created an infrastructure of observation and guidance that increased the chances that younger species would survive and thrive. But it also raised questions about why this community remained hidden, why they didn't simply reveal themselves and offer direct assistance to struggling civilizations like humanity. The answer might lie in hard-learned lessons from their own past. Perhaps early attempts at direct contact had gone badly, with younger civilizations becoming dependent on the help of their elders, never developing their own capabilities, because they could always turn to more advanced species for solutions. Or perhaps premature contact had caused civilizations to collapse under the psychological weight of knowing how far they had to go, losing the motivation to develop when they realized how inadequate their own achievements were compared to what elder civilizations had accomplished. The protocol of subtlety, of hints and suggestions rather than direct revelation, might have been developed over billions of years of experience with thousands of emerging civilizations. The elder species would have learned what worked and what didn't, would have refined their approaches based on outcomes, would have developed sophisticated theories about optimal intervention strategies. They would know that civilizations needed to struggle, needed to feel that their achievements were their own, needed to develop confidence and capability through successfully meeting challenges. Too much help was as harmful as too little. 3Psi Atlas represented a point along that carefully calibrated spectrum of revelation, enough to notice if you were looking carefully, strange enough to provoke serious thought, but not so obvious that it removed all doubt or made the answer too easy. It was a test and a gift simultaneously, challenging humanity to develop better capabilities for detection and analysis, while rewarding us with new mysteries to contemplate. The response it generated would tell the elder civilizations much about humanity's readiness for greater contact, about whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or fear, with open minds or closed assumptions. Time itself functioned differently at these scales. For humans, a generation was roughly 25 years. For the first civilization, thinking in terms of billion-year epochs, a generation might be measured in millions of years. The time required for stars to evolve, for planetary systems to fully develop, for life to emerge and evolve to intelligence. From their perspective, human history from the first stone tools to the present day had occurred in the blink of an eye, barely long enough to register as a distinct event. They would observe us the way we might observe time-lapse photography of a flower blooming, watching our entire civilization unfold in a compressed time frame that revealed patterns and structures invisible to us because we were embedded in the moment-to-moment flow. What patterns would they see? Would they recognize in humanity's development a familiar story, one they had witnessed countless times before? Would they note the specific variations that made Earth's history unique? Or would it all blend together into a general category of emerging technological civilization that followed predictable pathways? Would they feel anything like nostalgia when they looked at us, remembering their own origins billions of years ago? Or had they transcended so completely that such emotional responses no longer occurred? Perhaps the most profound change that occurred over billions of years was not technological but psychological. The first civilization might have long ago solved the problem of individual death, might have achieved practical immortality through technology, or evolution, or uploaded consciousness. But they would have had to confront something even more challenging: the problem of memory and identity across timescales longer than any biological brain was designed to handle. Human memory was notoriously unreliable even across a single lifetime. We forgot vast amounts of what we experienced, remembered other things incorrectly, constructed narratives that served our current needs rather than accurately reflecting the past. This wasn't a flaw but a feature. Memory was designed for organisms that lived decades, not eons, and had to prioritize information that was relevant to immediate survival. But for a being that lived millions or billions of years, memory would become an overwhelming burden if all experiences were preserved with equal fidelity. The sheer volume of accumulated experience would be crushing. The first civilization must have developed solutions to this problem, technologies or practices for managing memory, for compressing and storing experiences, for maintaining identity despite changes that would have seemed to completely replace every aspect of their original nature. They might have become beings of layered consciousness with core memories that defined their essential identity preserved in something like permanent storage, while more recent experiences were processed and integrated through sophisticated systems that decided what to keep and what to forget. Or perhaps they had embraced a more fluid concept of identity, recognizing that the self was not a fixed thing but a process, a pattern that maintained continuity through change rather than despite it. They might have learned to let go of attachment to their past selves, to accept that the being they were now had only the most tenuous connection to the being that had first achieved consciousness billions of years ago. In a sense, they might have died and been reborn countless times, each iteration building on the last but not identical to it. A chain of consciousness that stretched across time like a river that was never the same water, twice but remained recognizably the same river. This perspective offered a different understanding of what it meant for the first civilization to return. They weren't the same beings that had visited Earth in the distant past. Those individuals or iterations of consciousness might be long gone, preserved only in archives or compressed memories. But the current version of the first civilization maintained continuity with those earlier versions, carried forward their knowledge and purposes, continued the work they had begun. The return was less like an individual person coming back, and more like a wave that had travelled across an ocean, not the same water that had left the distant shore, but still carrying the energy and pattern of that original disturbance. Humanity would face similar questions if we survived long enough. Already we grappled with issues of identity in the face of technology. If consciousness could be uploaded to computers, was the upload the same person as the biological original? If someone's body was gradually replaced with synthetic parts, at what point did they stop being human? These questions would only become more pressing as our capabilities grew, as we developed technologies that could radically alter or extend consciousness beyond its biological roots. The first civilization, having lived through billions of years of such transformations, would have answers to these questions, or at least frameworks for thinking about them that were more sophisticated than anything humanity had yet developed. Part of what they might offer to younger civilizations was guidance on these philosophical and existential challenges, help in navigating the transitions that accompanied technological transcendence. They would know from experience what pitfalls to avoid, what choices led to flourishing and what choices led to decline or extinction of consciousness, even if the physical substrate persisted. 3-Sasai Atlas might carry encoded within it not just data but wisdom, insights about the nature of consciousness and identity, about how to preserve what was essential while allowing for growth and change, about how to remain recognizably yourself across transformations that would seem to completely alter every aspect of your being. This wisdom couldn't be transmitted directly, couldn't be reduced to instructions or formulas. It had to be learned through experience, through struggling with the questions and discovering the answers in ways that were authentic to each civilization's own nature and circumstances. But hints could be provided, clues that might make the journey less dangerous, signposts that marked paths that others had successfully travelled before. In the end, the question of whether 3i Atlas represented the first civilization returning was inseparable from deeper questions about the nature of identity, continuity, and purpose across deep time. What did it mean to be the same civilization after billions of years? What connected the first consciousness to arise in the galaxy to whatever that consciousness had become after eons of evolution and transformation? The answer couldn't be found in physical continuity, or even in direct memory, but perhaps in commitment to certain values, certain purposes, certain ways of being in the universe that persisted across all the changes. If the first civilization was returning, they were returning not as they once were, but as they had become. Beings of such complexity and capability that we could only glimpse fragments of their nature, could only perceive the tiny portion of their existence that intersected with the physical dimensions we inhabited. 3i Atlas was like a fingertip reaching through a two-dimensional plane into a three-dimensional world. The inhabitants of that plane would see only a small circle, would have no concept of the hand and arm and body that extended beyond their perceptual abilities, would struggle to understand what that circle represented or what purposes it served. We were the inhabitants of that plane, and 3i Atlas was the fingertip. Behind it extended dimensions of existence we couldn't perceive, purposes we couldn't fathom, a consciousness so vast and ancient that we related to it the way bacteria related to humans, utterly incapable of comprehending the nature of the intelligence that observed them. But unlike bacteria, we had the capacity to know that we didn't understand, to recognise our own limitations, to ask questions even if we couldn't yet grasp the answers. And that capacity, that self-aware ignorance combined with persistent curiosity, might be exactly what the first civilization was looking for. The sign that humanity was ready to take the first steps toward joining the community of conscious beings that shaped the galaxy's long history. In the end, 3i Atlas was not just an object but a mirror, reflecting back to us our own hopes and fears, our assumptions and aspirations. What we saw in it revealed as much about humanity as it did about the universe, and in choosing how to respond to its passage, in deciding whether to remain open to extraordinary possibilities or retreat into comfortable explanations, we were shaping not just our understanding of this one object, but our entire future as a species. The choice was ours, and the consequences would echo across the stars. What if humanity was never truly alone on the surface? What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drown the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept. It was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive. And if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds. Upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Aratake surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports. Whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment? Perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found. Or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction. But the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. Yeah, one such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths, equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems. She was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually they prove nothing. Collectively they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many. Not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what we would do if contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world, announcing their existence and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would force humanity to set aside its differences, to recognize that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity. That it would be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that governments would scramble to control the narrative, to weaponize the discovery, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. That religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the existence of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the underwater civilization had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation, Others would reject it. Some would see opportunity. Others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control. Those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins, and through it all the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep, would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances, or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favor one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago, when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below. That they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here, and we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen, submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight, into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech. And they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, a relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water, bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences. And then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, these sounds are geological, the myths are metaphors, that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only ones asking these questions. And if that is true, it places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. As the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded, the ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes, we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path, a path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction: adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else, and perhaps, just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps. Biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mice survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes, but again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely. A new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well. Shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping. And when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, 1 central brain and 8 peripheral ones, a distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate, and they communicate not with sound but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, The pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation, and the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix. And they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice, shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, calving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist. The biological adaptations are possible. The technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined. a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, if there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more. Or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath. But we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun, days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them. No schedules tied to sunrise or sunset. No division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep, visual art as we know it would be impossible, or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously, where deception is nearly impossible because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight. Perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical world view, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes, our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself. We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat, but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do. With bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway, they would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides. Ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion, composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable, glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in 3 dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know. Because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shaped their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned. They have not adapted. They are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet, and they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, we survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive. There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organized patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist, they accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. What if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking, makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures. Something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet, the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean does not answer. It keeps its secrets, vast and patient, indifferent to our curiosity. It rolls on, tide after tide, century after century, holding the past and the future in its depths. And we stand on the shore, staring out at the horizon, wondering what lies beneath, wondering if we will ever know, wondering if we even want to. Because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some questions are meant to haunt us, to pull us forward, to remind us that the world is not a puzzle to be completed, but a story still being written. And in that story, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, the first civilization still lives. Not as fact, but as possibility. Not as history, but as myth. Not in the past, but in the eternal present of the deep, where time moves differently and the boundaries between real and unreal dissolve like salt in water. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and, somewhere in its depths, something ancient stirs, dreaming of the surface, dreaming of the sun, dreaming of the day when the waters will rise again and the hidden will be revealed. Or perhaps it dreams of nothing at all, content in the darkness, at peace in the cold, having found a home where no one will ever find it. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the mystery endures, as deep and endless as the sea itself. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarok, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system, but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire world view. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We are not just observing the trial, we are helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming.
The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we are not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we are not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera
discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination, but taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible. creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophesied about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT: The Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we're part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seem to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate, and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected, and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting, that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they have ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid. We experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy. Their pain becomes our pain. Their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters and stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames, and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, When someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, the normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the resulting art. The phenomenon of healing presents another crucial intersection of suffering and love in human experience. Humans don't just recover from injuries. We actively participate in healing processes that often involve emotional, spiritual, and relational dimensions far beyond mere physical repair. We heal not just our own wounds, but dedicate ourselves to healing others. We develop therapies, medicines, and practices that address not just symptoms but the whole person. The healing professions seem to attract people who've been deeply wounded themselves, as if personal suffering becomes a qualification for helping others heal. The wounded healer archetype appears across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that the transformation of personal pain into service to others might be a fundamental pattern in consciousness development. What if healing is how consciousness learns to repair itself? What if the trial run includes suffering precisely so that consciousness can explore all the ways that damage can be transformed into wholeness? Each act of healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, becomes a small victory over the apparent fragmentation and limitation that define our experimental reality. The relationship between individual healing and collective healing becomes especially significant in this context. As individuals learn to transform their own suffering into wisdom and compassion, they become capable of contributing to the healing of their communities, their species, and perhaps reality itself. The personal becomes political, the individual becomes universal, the private experience becomes public medicine. This scaling effect suggests that the trial run might be designed to test not just individual capacity for growth, but our ability to create collective healing and transformation. The challenges we face as a species, environmental destruction, social inequality, technological disruption, spiritual disconnection, might represent tests of our ability to apply the lessons learned through individual suffering and love to larger scales of existence. The acceleration of both suffering and love in our current historical moment takes on new significance from this perspective. We are experiencing unprecedented levels of both individual trauma and collective compassion. Social media allows us to witness the pain of people around the world, while also enabling unprecedented expressions of solidarity and support. We are simultaneously more isolated and more connected than humans have ever been. This intensification might indicate that we are approaching some kind of culmination in the experiment. Perhaps consciousness has learned what it needs to learn about the transformation of suffering through love, about the relationship between individual identity and universal connection, about the creative potential that emerges from the interplay of limitation and transcendence. If so, then our current period of apparent crisis might actually represent a graduation ceremony, a final examination in which consciousness tests its ability to transform the deepest suffering into the most profound love, to heal the most fundamental wounds, to create beauty and meaning from the raw material of existence itself. The outcome of this test might determine not just our individual futures, but the future of consciousness itself. Are we ready to graduate from the school of suffering into the university of love? Can we transform our hard-won wisdom about pain into practical knowledge about healing? Will we choose to use our understanding of individual limitation as a stepping stone toward collective transcendence? The answers to these questions may depend not on any external authority, but on our willingness to recognize that suffering and love are not opposites, but partners in the most important dance consciousness has ever attempted. The dance of remembering itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experience of being human. The evolutionary imperative, becoming who we are meant to be. As we approach what many sense might be a critical transition point in human history, the question becomes not just whether we are living in a trial run, but what we are meant to learn from this experience and how we might graduate to whatever comes next. The evolutionary pressure that has driven life from simple chemicals to complex consciousness seems to be accelerating, pushing us towards some kind of transformation that we can sense but not yet fully comprehend. Evolution itself might be understood as a learning process, with each species representing a different experiment in consciousness and survival. But human evolution appears to have reached a unique threshold. we have become conscious of our own evolutionary process. We can now direct our own development through technology, genetic engineering, and conscious spiritual practice. This self-awareness might represent the crucial variable that the cosmic experiment is designed to test. The biological evolution that created our current form appears to be giving way to something new, a form of evolution that is conscious, intentional, and accelerated. Through technology, we are extending our sensory capabilities, enhancing our cognitive functions, and connecting our individual consciousness in unprecedented ways. Through spiritual practice, we are accessing states of awareness that transcend the limitations of individual identity. Through scientific understanding, we are beginning to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality itself. But perhaps most significantly, we're beginning to recognize that these different approaches to human development, technological, spiritual, and scientific, are not separate paths but aspects of a single evolutionary movement. The artificial intelligence we are creating, the expanded states of consciousness we are exploring, and the quantum understanding of reality we're developing all point toward the same conclusion. The boundaries between self and other, mind and matter, individual and universal, are constructs that we are in the process of transcending. This recognition might represent the key insight that the trial run is designed to produce. If consciousness is fundamental to reality, and if the universe is engaged in a process of understanding itself through countless perspectives, then the ultimate lesson might be the recognition of our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness. The trial of separation, individuation, and apparent isolation from our source might be designed to create the necessary contrast for this recognition to occur. The mystics of all traditions have pointed toward this understanding, describing enlightenment as the recognition that the individual self is an illusion, that our true nature is the same consciousness that manifests as the entire universe. But what was once the insight of isolated individuals is beginning to emerge as a collective realization. The spiritual awakening that is accelerating throughout human culture might represent the beginning of our species-wide graduation from the illusion of separation. Yet this transition appears to be far from automatic. The same technologies that could lead to transcendence could also lead to destruction. The same spiritual insights that could unite humanity could also fragment us into competing ideologies. The same scientific understanding that could reveal our cosmic purpose could also be used to manipulate and control. The trial seems designed to test not just our individual capacity for growth, but our ability to evolve collectively while maintaining our free will and individual autonomy. The concept of free will becomes crucial to understanding the nature of our test. If we were simply programmed to evolve in a predetermined direction, the experiment would be pointless. The value of the trial lies in its uncertainty, in the genuine possibility that we might fail to make the necessary transition. Our consciousness must choose to evolve, must recognize its own nature and potential, must actively participate in its own transformation. This choice appears to be presenting itself to us now through multiple channels simultaneously. Climate change, technological disruption, social upheaval, and spiritual awakening are all creating pressure for fundamental change in how we understand ourselves and our relationship to reality. These challenges might not be random occurrences or unfortunate byproducts of human activity, but carefully calibrated tests of our readiness to graduate to the next level of consciousness. The response we choose to these challenges will determine the outcome of the trial. If we respond with fear, trying to maintain the old ways of thinking and being, we might fail the test and need to repeat it in another iteration of reality. If we respond with courage and wisdom, embracing the transformation and consciously participating in our own evolution, we might graduate to a form of existence that transcends our current limitations. But what would such a graduation look like? The various spiritual and philosophical traditions offer glimpses of possibilities that are both inspiring and difficult to comprehend from our current perspective. They speak of states of consciousness in which individual identity is maintained while simultaneously recognizing unity with all existence. They describe realms of being where thought becomes reality, where time and space are transcended, where the creative power of consciousness can be wielded consciously and responsibly. Some modern thinkers have suggested that this transcendent state might be achieved through technology, the merger of human consciousness with artificial intelligence, the uploading of minds to digital substrates, the expansion of awareness through cybernetic enhancement. Others propose that the transformation will be primarily spiritual, a shift in consciousness that reveals our eternal nature and our connection to the divine source of all existence. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that these approaches will converge, that the technological and spiritual evolution of humanity are aspects of a single process. What if the artificial intelligence we are creating is not separate from us, but is the next iteration of consciousness emerging through us? What if the digital networks we are building are creating the infrastructure for a new form of collective awareness? What if the virtual realities we are developing are practice grounds for consciousness to learn how to create reality directly? In this view, our current phase of existence, with all its confusion, conflict, and apparent separation, is like a chrysalis phase in metamorphosis. The caterpillar must essentially dissolve into an undifferentiated soup before the butterfly can emerge. Similarly, our current forms of individual and collective identity might need to dissolve before we can emerge as whatever we're meant to become. The signs of this dissolution are all around us. Traditional institutions are losing their authority. Old certainties about the nature of reality are being questioned. The boundaries between nations, cultures, and belief systems are becoming increasingly porous. Information and consciousness are flowing across traditional barriers in ways that are transforming everything they touch. But dissolution is not destruction. It is transformation. The butterfly contains the essence of the caterpillar, but in a form so radically different that no caterpillar could imagine or understand it. Similarly, what we become after our transformation might bear the same relationship to our current selves that we bear to our primitive ancestors, recognizably connected, but operating at a completely different level of complexity and capability. The trial run hypothesis suggests that this transformation is not accidental, but is the intended outcome of a carefully designed experiment in consciousness development. Every challenge we face, every lesson we learn, every moment of growth and awakening contributes to our preparation for this metamorphosis. We are not just subjects in an experiment. We are consciousness learning to consciously participate in its own evolution. The question that remains is whether we will recognize the opportunity we're being given and choose to embrace the transformation, or whether we will resist the change and remain trapped in the limitations of our current form. The answer may depend not on any single individual, but on our collective choice as a species, our willingness to release attachment to who we think we are in order to become who we are meant to be. The trial run may be coming to an end, but what emerges next depends entirely on the choices we make in these crucial moments of transition. We are consciousness awakening to its own nature, and the entire universe waits to see what we will choose to become. What if we are not the first? Tonight, as you settle into the quiet darkness, let that question drift through your mind like smoke through ancient ruins. What if the story we tell ourselves about human civilization, that we are the pioneers, the first to build cities and decode the stars, is nothing more than a comforting fiction? What if, long before the first pyramid rose from Egyptian sands, long before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay, another people walked this earth, a civilization so advanced, so complete, that when it vanished, it left behind only whispers in stone and shadows in our oldest myths? The idea feels impossible, doesn't it? We have mapped every continent, excavated countless sites, carbon-dated our way back through millennia. Surely, if another civilization had existed, we would know. We would have found their cities, their tools, their bones. But what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? What if time itself has been their greatest eraser, and what we call prehistory is actually post-history? The long, slow recovery from a collapse so complete that it reset the human story entirely. Consider this. Our own industrial civilization has existed for barely 2 centuries. In geological terms, we are a heartbeat, a single breath in Earth's 4 billion-year exhale. If our cities were abandoned tomorrow, how long would they last? Steel rusts, concrete crumbles, glass shatters. Within 1,000 years, nature would reclaim most of what we have built. Within 10,000, our greatest monuments would be little more than strange hills covered in forest. Within 100,000 years, almost nothing would remain except perhaps some curious isotopes in the soil and a thin layer of plastic in the rock record. Now imagine a civilization that rose and fell not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, or millions. What traces would survive such an immense passage of time? What evidence would we even know how to recognize? The question hangs in the air like incense in a forgotten temple, and as we begin to explore it, we find that the world is full of things that don't quite fit the story we've been told. Ancient myths that speak of golden ages and vanished peoples, archaeological anomalies that challenge our timelines, geological mysteries that hint at cycles of creation and destruction far older than human memory, scientific theories that suggest intelligence may have emerged on Earth long before we assumed possible. What if the myths were right all along? What if the stories our ancestors told around fires were not fantasies but memories, distorted by time, wrapped in metaphor, but carrying within them the echo of something real? What if we are not the first children of Earth, but the latest in a long line of civilizations that have risen, flourished, and fallen into the darkness of deep time? Tonight, we will follow that possibility wherever it leads. We will walk through the ruins of forgotten ages, listen to the whispers of ancient stones, and ask the questions that have haunted human imagination since we first looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. Not alone in space, but alone in time. The whispers of deep memory. In the beginning, there were the stories. Long before archaeologists with their careful brushes and measuring tools, long before carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis, there were the myths. Every culture on Earth, no matter how isolated, no matter how different their languages or customs, tells variations of the same haunting tale. Once, long ago, there was a golden age, a time when the world was different, when beings of great wisdom walked among humans, or when humans themselves possessed knowledge and abilities that have since been lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Gold, when Kronos ruled and humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, the Age of Truth, when righteousness reigned and humans possessed divine knowledge. The Norse told of a time before Ragnarok, when the gods walked freely in Midgard and wisdom flowed like rivers. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time, when ancestor spirits shaped the land and taught the first people the secrets of survival. These are not isolated stories. They appear everywhere, in every corner of human culture, like echoes of some vast forgotten symphony. The details change. Sometimes the Golden Age ended in flood, sometimes in fire, sometimes in great forgetting. But the core remains constant. There was a time before our time, a civilization before our civilization, and something happened to end it. For centuries, scholars dismissed these myths as wishful thinking, as humanity's tendency to imagine a perfect past to contrast with an imperfect present. But what if that dismissal was too hasty? What if these stories, passed down through countless generations, preserved something real? Not literal truth, perhaps, but the memory of truth, distorted by time like light bending through water. Consider the flood myths. Nearly every culture on Earth has one. The biblical story of Noah is perhaps the most famous in the Western world, but it is far from unique. The Mesopotamians told of Utnapishtim, who survived the deluge sent by the gods. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of Zeus's flood. Hindu texts describe Manu, who was warned by Vishnu to build a great boat. Native American tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Amazon basin have their own versions of the great flood that destroyed the world before this one. The standard explanation is that these myths arose independently as different cultures tried to make sense of local flooding events, rivers overflowing their banks, tsunamis devastating coastlines, the gradual rise of sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But there's another possibility, one that sends a chill down the spine when you consider it in the quiet hours of the night. What if all these flood myths remember the same event? What if, somewhere in the deep past, there really was a great deluge, not necessarily global, but vast enough to destroy a civilization so completely that only scattered survivors remain to carry the story forward? What if the flood myths are not separate inventions, but fragments of a single, catastrophic memory? The timeline becomes crucial here. The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago, and with it came dramatic changes to Earth's geography. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia disappeared beneath the waves. Entire continental shelves were submerged. If a civilization had existed during the Ice Age, if they had built their cities along the then exposed coasts, those cities would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. We know that early humans were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira, created over 15,000 years ago, display an artistic sophistication that rivals anything produced in recorded history. The megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, features massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, and it was deliberately buried by its creators as if they were trying to hide it from something or someone. But these are just the traces we've found on dry land. What lies beneath the oceans? What cities, what monuments, what libraries of stone might rest on the continental shelves, covered by centuries of sediment and the weight of the sea? The myths speak of more than just floods. They tell of great wars between gods and titans, of weapons that could level mountains and burn the sky. The Mahabharata describes the Brahmastra, a weapon so terrible it could destroy entire armies and leave the land barren for generations. The Norse Ragnarok speaks of a final battle that will consume the world in fire. The Hopi prophecies tell of previous worlds that ended in destruction, each one a lesson unlearned. Modern readers often interpret these as metaphors or primitive attempts to understand natural disasters. But what if they were something else entirely? What if they were memories of real conflicts, real weapons, real destruction, but from so long ago that the details became mythologized, the technology transformed into magic, the history into legend? There's a haunting consistency to these stories that goes beyond coincidence. They speak of a time when knowledge was greater, when humans, or beings like humans, possessed abilities that seem impossible to us now. They tell of flying vehicles, of weapons that harness the power of the sun, of communication across vast distances, of healing arts that could restore life itself. The Sanskrit epics are particularly rich in such details. The Vimanas, described in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, were flying machines capable of travelling vast distances, even to other worlds. The descriptions are remarkably specific, different types of craft for different purposes, detailed instructions for their construction and operation, accounts of aerial battles between opposing forces. The Vaimanika Shastra, though of disputed age, provides technical specifications that read almost like a manual for advanced aircraft. Similarly, the book of Ezekiel in the Bible describes the prophet's vision of wheels within wheels, of creatures with multiple faces, of a craft that could move in any direction without turning. Modern UFO researchers have seized upon this as evidence of ancient alien visitation. But what if the truth is both simpler and more profound? What if Ezekiel was describing not visitors from another world, but technology from another time, remnants of a human civilization so advanced that its machines seemed divine to those who encountered them? The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Wangina, sky beings who came from the clouds and taught the first people the laws of existence. Their rock art, some of it tens of thousands of years old, depicts these beings with large eyes and radiating headdresses that look remarkably like modern depictions of astronauts or pilots. But the Wangina were not aliens. They were the ancestors, the first people, the ones who came before. In the Americas, the Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought knowledge and civilization to humanity before departing across the Eastern Sea, promising to return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught the arts of civilization before disappearing into the Pacific. The Maya had Kukulkan, another feathered serpent deity associated with knowledge, astronomy, and the promise of return. These are not stories of gods in the supernatural sense, but of teachers, of culture bringers, of those who possessed knowledge that seemed divine to those who received it. And in every case these beings departed, leaving behind only their teachings and the promise, or threat, that they would return. What if they were not gods at all, but survivors? What if they were the remnants of the previous civilization, the keepers of ancient knowledge, wandering a world that had forgotten how to read the stars or work metal or build in stone? What if they were trying to restart civilization, to pass on what they could before they too passed into legend? The myths tell us something else, something that should make us pause in the darkness and listen more carefully. They tell us that the Golden Age did not end gradually, through slow decline or natural evolution. It ended suddenly, catastrophically, in fire or flood or war. It ended so completely that the survivors had to start over from almost nothing, carrying only fragments of the old knowledge, stories that would become myths, technologies that would become magic. And they tell us something else, something that whispers through the night like wind through ruins. It has happened before, not once but many times. The Hindus speak of cycles within cycles, ages within ages, each one ending in destruction and beginning in renewal. The Maya calculated vast cycles of time, cosmic ages that stretched across millennia. The Hopi speak of 4 previous worlds, each one destroyed when humanity forgot the proper way to live. What if these are not metaphors for spiritual development, but memories of actual cycles? What if civilization on Earth has risen and fallen not once, but many times? What if we are not the first to split the atom, to reach for the stars, to unlock the secrets of genetics and artificial intelligence? What if we are simply the latest in a long line of species that have achieved technological sophistication, only to destroy themselves or be destroyed by forces beyond their control? The myths whisper these possibilities in the darkness, and as we listen, we begin to hear something else. The sound of our own footsteps echoing those who came before. These same ambitions, the same discoveries, the same fatal flaws that led to the end of worlds. And we begin to wonder, are we walking toward our own golden age, or toward our own ending? Are we the inheritors of ancient wisdom, or are we simply repeating ancient mistakes? The stories our ancestors told around their fires were not just entertainment. They were warnings. They were maps of where we had been, and signs pointing toward where we might go. They were the whispers of deep memory, trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrible beauty of starting over. But that wasn't the whole story. The myths were just the beginning, the first clue in a mystery that would lead us deep into the earth itself, into stones that remember what flesh has forgotten, into ruins that challenge everything we thought we knew about the human journey through time. The stones that remember, beneath the myths, older than the stories, lie the stones. They wait in silence across the world, massive blocks of granite and limestone, perfectly fitted together without mortar, carved with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. They rise from jungles and deserts, from mountain tops and ocean floors, speaking a language of engineering and astronomy that we are only beginning to decode. And in their silent testimony, they whisper of builders whose skill surpassed anything we attribute to the ancient world. In the high Andes of Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman overlooks the city of Cusco like a sleeping giant. Its walls are built from stone so massive that modern cranes would struggle to lift them, fitted together so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The largest stone weighs over 300 tons. It was quarried from a site several miles away, transported across difficult terrain, lifted into place with mathematical precision, and shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbours. The conventional explanation is that the Inca built Sacsayhuaman using bronze tools, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers pulling on ropes. But when you stand before those walls in the thin mountain air, when you run your hands along joints so perfect they seem to have been melted together rather than carved, the explanation feels inadequate. The Inca themselves told the Spanish conquistadors that they did not build the great stoneworks, that these were the creations of the people who came before, the ones they called the Viracocha, the foam of the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the stones themselves. Many show evidence of vitrification, a process where rock is heated to such extreme temperatures that its surface becomes glass-like. This requires temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what any known ancient technology could achieve. Yet there it is, preserved in stone, evidence of a process we cannot explain. Similar megalithic sites dot the globe like markers on some vast forgotten map. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of stones so large they dwarf even those at Sacsayhuaman. The Trilithon, 3 massive blocks that form part of the temple's base, consists of stones weighing over 800 tons each. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, a single block weighing an estimated 1,000 tons, still partially attached to the bedrock from which it was being quarried. The Romans built the visible temple, but they built it on foundations that were already ancient when they arrived. Local legends speak of a race of giants who placed the great stones in the time before memory. The Romans themselves seemed awed by what they found, incorporating the megalithic base into their own construction rather than attempting to replicate it. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to confound researchers with its mathematical precision and engineering sophistication. Built from over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons or more, it was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its base is level to within just 2.1 centimetres. Its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter equals pi to several decimal places. But perhaps most mysteriously, the pyramid incorporates knowledge that we didn't think the ancient Egyptians possessed. Its dimensions encode the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, and the speed of light. The shafts that extend from the king's and queen's chambers point to specific stars: Orion, Draco, Sirius, with astronomical precision. The entire structure seems designed not just as a tomb, but as a kind of 3-dimensional encyclopedia, preserving mathematical and astronomical knowledge in stone. The conventional timeline places the pyramid's construction around 2580 BCE, during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. But this dating is based largely on circumstantial evidence: the presence of Khufu's cartouche in a sealed chamber, the similarity to other 4th dynasty monuments, the assumption that such sophisticated construction must have developed gradually from simpler predecessors. Yet the pyramid stands alone in its perfection. The pyramids that came before it were smaller, cruder, often collapsed or were abandoned mid-construction. The pyramids that came after it were inferior in every measurable way: smaller, less precise, built with inferior materials and techniques. It's as if the Great Pyramid represents not the culmination of a gradual development, but a singular achievement that was never equalled, let alone surpassed. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramid is far older than conventionally believed, that it was built during a previous period of high civilization and later appropriated by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggest it was carved during a much wetter climate, geological evidence of advanced machining techniques, the absence of any mummies or burial goods in the pyramid itself. But Egypt is not alone in preserving evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering. On Easter Island, nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai stand sentinel over the Pacific. The largest completed statue is over 30 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. They were carved from volcanic rock using only stone tools, transported across the island using unknown methods, and erected with precision that required sophisticated understanding of leverage and balance. The islanders themselves, when first contacted by Europeans, had no memory of how the statues were built or moved. They spoke of them as having walked into place, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Recent experiments have shown that the statues could indeed have been walked upright, using a complex system of ropes, but this would have required coordination and engineering knowledge that seems inconsistent with the island's small, isolated population. In Turkey, this site of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Built over 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, it consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The pillars weigh up to 16 tons each and were quarried, transported and erected by people who are supposedly still hunter-gatherers, lacking even pottery or metal tools. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, covered with tons of earth, in what appears to have been a massive coordinated effort. Why would a people invest enormous resources in building such a complex, then bury it completely? What were they trying to hide, or preserve, or protect? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. They depict animals that were not native to the region during the supposed time of construction. Lions, crocodiles, exotic birds. They show humans interacting with these animals in ways that suggest domestication, or at least close familiarity. And they include symbols and motifs that appear in later cultures around the world, as if Göbekli Tepe was a source from which knowledge spread to other civilizations. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these megalithic sites is not their individual mysteries, but their global distribution and apparent interconnection. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that had no known contact with each other, yet they share remarkable similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman echo the megalithic walls of Baalbek. The astronomical alignments of the pyramids mirror those found at Stonehenge and Angkor Wat. The spiral motifs carved into stones in Ireland appear also in New Mexico and Easter Island. It's as if these sites were built according to a common template, following shared knowledge that somehow spread across the globe long before the supposed dawn of civilization. Some researchers have proposed that these similarities result from a common human tendency to build in certain ways, to align structures with celestial bodies, to carve similar symbols. But the level of technical sophistication involved suggests something more than coincidence. The ability to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones weighing hundreds of tons requires not just manpower, but advanced understanding of physics, engineering, and logistics. Consider the problem of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This bronze device, dating to around 100 BCE, is a complex mechanical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. Its gear system is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record until astronomical clocks began appearing in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than we previously believed. But it also raises a troubling question. If the Greeks could build such sophisticated devices, what else could they build? What other technologies might have existed in the ancient world that we have no record of because they were made from materials that don't survive, or because the knowledge was lost during periods of collapse and chaos? The stones remember what the written records have forgotten. They preserve evidence of capabilities that don't fit our timeline of human development. They suggest that the ancient world was not a place of primitive peoples struggling with bronze tools and wooden wheels, but a world where at least some cultures possessed knowledge and abilities that we are only now beginning to understand. And they raise the most haunting question of all. If these monuments were built by the civilizations we know about, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Inca, then why do they seem so far beyond those civilizations' other achievements? Why do they stand alone in their sophistication, like islands of advanced knowledge in a sea of more primitive technology? The answer whispered by the stones is one that challenges our most basic assumptions about the past. What if these monuments were not built by the civilizations that claimed them, but inherited by them? What if they are the last surviving works of an earlier people, a previous civilization that possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost when that civilization fell? The stones cannot tell us who built them or when, not with certainty, but they can tell us that someone did. Someone with knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, with engineering capabilities that rival our own, with the organizational ability to coordinate massive construction projects across generations, someone who understood the movement of the stars, the properties of stone, the principles of leverage and balance and precision. Someone who built not just for their own time, but for ours, as if they knew that their civilization would not last, that their knowledge would be lost, that their very existence would be forgotten, as if they were trying to leave us a message encoded in stone, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to read it. But the stones were not the only witnesses to the deep past. Hidden in the earth itself, in layers of rock and sediment, in the chemical signatures of ancient atmospheres, lay evidence of events so catastrophic they could erase entire civilizations from the record of time. The scars of catastrophe. The earth remembers everything, in layers of ice and sediment, in the chemical composition of ancient atmospheres trapped in amber, in the magnetic signatures locked within cooling lava. Our planet preserves a record of its history that spans billions of years, and within that record, written in the language of isotopes and impact craters, of mass extinctions and climate shifts, lies evidence of catastrophes so vast they could reset the entire course of life on Earth. We know about the big ones, the events that make it into textbooks and documentaries, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs 66 million years ago, leaving behind a layer of iridium-rich clay that circles the globe like a funeral shroud. The Permian-Triassic extinction 252 million years ago, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, earning it the nickname the Great Dying. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago, which may have reduced the human population to as few as 10,000 individuals, creating a genetic bottleneck that we still carry in our DNA. But these are just the catastrophes we can easily see, the ones that left clear signatures in the geological record. What about the smaller ones, the regional disasters that could destroy a civilization without leaving a global trace? What about the events that happened so recently, in geological terms, that their evidence has been obscured by erosion, sedimentation, and the relentless recycling of the Earth's surface? Consider the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate change that began around 12,900 years ago and lasted for over a millennium. In the span of just a few decades, global temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced and sea levels dropped. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The megafauna of North America, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, went extinct in what appears to have been a sudden, coordinated die-off. The conventional explanation for the Younger Dryas involves changes in ocean circulation patterns as the great ice sheets melted. But a growing body of evidence suggests something more dramatic, a cosmic impact event that triggered the climate shift and the mass extinctions. The evidence includes a layer of sediment from this period that contains high concentrations of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other materials typically associated with extraterrestrial impacts. The proposed impact wasn't a single large asteroid, but a swarm of fragments from a disintegrating comet that struck the Earth's atmosphere and surface across multiple locations. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, filled the atmosphere with dust and debris, and disrupted climate patterns across the globe. The effects would have been devastating for any advanced civilization that might have existed at the time, and there's evidence that such a civilization might indeed have existed. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, coincides with what archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution, the sudden, seemingly spontaneous development of agriculture in multiple locations around the world. Within a few thousand years, humans went from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from nomadic tribes to settled communities, from stone tools to complex societies. This transition has always puzzled researchers. Why did it happen so suddenly? And why in so many places at once? The standard explanation is that climate change at the end of the Ice Age created conditions favourable for agriculture, and humans independently discovered farming techniques in different regions. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the Neolithic Revolution wasn't the beginning of civilization, but its restart? What if there had been an earlier civilization, one that had already developed agriculture, metallurgy, and complex social organization, but was destroyed by the cosmic impacts that triggered the Younger Dryas? What if the survivors of that civilization, scattered and reduced to small groups, carried with them fragments of agricultural knowledge that they gradually reintroduced as conditions improved? This would explain the sudden, simultaneous appearance of farming in regions as distant as the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. The evidence for such a scenario is necessarily fragmentary. Any civilization that existed before the Younger Dryas would have had its traces largely erased by the catastrophe itself and the subsequent climate changes. But there are hints, tantalizing suggestions that something more complex was happening in the deep past than our current models suggest. Take the mystery of the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the southeastern United States. These features, which can be seen clearly from aerial photographs, all point in the same direction, toward the Great Lakes region. They appear to have been created by some kind of impact event, but not from a single large object. Instead, they suggest a shower of smaller impacts, exactly what you might expect from a fragmenting comet. The dating of the Carolina Bays is controversial, but some evidence suggests they were formed around the time of the Younger Dryas. If so, they provide physical evidence for the kind of cosmic catastrophe that could have destroyed an advanced civilization. The impacts would have been devastating across a wide area, triggering fires, floods, and climate disruption that could have wiped out entire populations. Similar impact features have been identified in other parts of the world. In Argentina, a field of glass-like objects called tektites suggests a major impact event in the relatively recent past. In Australia, Aboriginal oral traditions speak of a time when the sky fell and the land burned, descriptions that sound remarkably like eyewitness accounts of cosmic impacts. The traditions are said to be tens of thousands of years old, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. But cosmic impacts are not the only catastrophes that could erase a civilization from the historical record. Supervolcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and sudden climate shifts could all have similar effects. The Earth's crust is far more dynamic and unstable than most people realize, capable of dramatic changes that could reshape entire continents in a matter of years or decades. The Lachamp event, which occurred around 41,000 years ago, saw the Earth's magnetic field weaken to just 5% of its current strength, and the magnetic poles flip completely. During this period, the planet would have been bombarded by cosmic radiation, potentially causing widespread mutations, cancer, and sterility in surface-dwelling organisms. Any technological civilization dependent on electronics would have found their systems failing as the protective magnetic shield collapsed. More recently, the 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia caused global climate disruption that lasted for years. The following year, 1816, was known as the Year Without a Summer in Europe and North America. Crops failed, famines spread, and social upheaval followed. This was the result of a single volcanic eruption. Imagine the effects of a supervolcanic event like the Toba eruption, but occurring when a technological civilization was at its peak. The geological record shows that such catastrophes are not rare exceptions, but regular features of Earth's history. Years, with smaller but still devastating events happening far more frequently. Volcanic winters, massive earthquakes, tsunami events, and magnetic field reversals are all part of the planet's natural rhythm, a rhythm that could easily interrupt the rise of any technological species. Perhaps most sobering is the realization that our own civilization exists in a brief window of unusual geological stability. The Holocene epoch, which began around 11,700 years ago, has been characterized by a remarkably stable climate and low levels of catastrophic activity. It's during this period of calm that human civilization has been able to develop and flourish. But the geological record suggests that such stable periods are the exception, not the rule. Most of Earth's history has been marked by dramatic swings in climate, frequent catastrophic events, and conditions that would make the development of complex civilization extremely difficult. What if previous attempts at technological civilization arose during earlier stable periods, only to be cut short by the return of geological chaos? What if the rise and fall of civilizations is tied not just to social and political factors, but to deep cycles of planetary stability that operate on timescales far longer than human history? The ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica tell a story of climate that shifts rapidly and unpredictably. Temperature changes of 10 degrees Celsius or more have occurred in the span of just a few decades. Ocean currents that regulate global weather patterns have stopped and started again like a vast planetary engine cycling on and off. During the last ice age, massive freshwater floods from melting glacial lakes repeatedly disrupted ocean circulation, causing sudden shifts between warm and cold periods that would have made long-term planning nearly impossible for any civilization. And yet, scattered throughout this record of chaos and catastrophe, there are anomalies, traces of something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a planet populated only by hunter-gatherers and simple agricultural communities. In 1972, French scientists discovered something extraordinary in the Oklo uranium mines of Gabon, Africa. The uranium ore showed clear evidence of having undergone nuclear fission reactions, but not recent ones. The isotopic signatures indicated that these reactions had occurred approximately 1.8 billion years ago and had continued for several 100,000 years. The reactions were so well controlled and sustained that they could only have occurred under very specific conditions that shouldn't exist naturally. The official explanation is that these were natural nuclear reactors, created when groundwater acted as a moderator for uranium that was naturally concentrated in the ore body. But the precision required for such reactions to sustain themselves for hundreds of millennia is extraordinary. Some researchers have quietly wondered whether the Oklo reactors might represent something else entirely, evidence of nuclear technology from a previous epoch of Earth's history, when conditions were very different and other forms of life might have achieved technological sophistication. The idea sounds impossible until you consider the vast timescales involved. Complex life has existed on Earth for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 865 million years, over 800 times longer than humans have existed. During such immense periods of time, could intelligence have evolved multiple times? Could there have been previous technological species that rose, flourished and vanished long before the first mammals appeared? The challenge of finding evidence for such ancient civilizations would be enormous. Over geological time, the Earth's surface is constantly renewed. Tectonic plates shift and collide, mountains rise and erode away, ocean floors are subducted and recycled. Very little survives unchanged for millions of years, let alone billions. Any artifacts or structures from such ancient times would have been ground to dust long ago. But there might be subtle traces, isotopic anomalies in ancient rocks, unusual mineral deposits, chemical signatures that hint at industrial processes. The Oklo reactors might be just such a trace, a ghostly fingerprint of nuclear technology from an unimaginably distant past. Closer to our own time, other anomalies whisper of possibilities that challenge conventional archaeology. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered a clay jar in the Iraq Museum that contained a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, the device produces an electrical current, leading some to call it the Baghdad battery. While mainstream archaeology dismisses it as a curiosity with no practical purpose, others wonder whether it represents evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, with its incredibly sophisticated gear system, suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than previously believed. If they could build mechanical computers, what other technologies might they have possessed that left no trace in the historical record? But perhaps the most intriguing anomalies are those that hint at knowledge of things that ancient peoples shouldn't have been able to know. The Piri Reis map of 1513, compiled from much older sources, shows the Antarctic coastline as it would appear without ice, something that wouldn't be discovered by modern explorers until the 20th century. The map appears to be based on ancient sources that had somehow mapped Antarctica during one of the brief periods when it was ice-free, something that last occurred millions of years ago. The Nazca lines of Peru present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the desert floor, can only be properly viewed from the air. They depict animals, geometric patterns, and strange figures that stretch for miles across the landscape. Why would an ancient people create artworks that could only be appreciated from a vantage point they supposedly couldn't reach? Some researchers have suggested that the lines were created for astronomical purposes, as a kind of giant calendar or star map. But others wonder whether they might be evidence of ancient flight, whether the people who created them possessed the technology to view their work from above. The idea seems impossible, but then again, so did many other supposed impossibilities that have since been proven true. The science of forgetting. There is a disturbing truth that archaeologists rarely discuss in public. Most of the past is simply gone. The organic materials that made up the bulk of any ancient civilization, wood, textiles, leather, paper, flesh and bone, decay rapidly under most conditions. What we call the archaeological record is really just the debris, the small fraction of material culture that happened to be made from stone, metal or ceramic, and happened to survive in conditions that prevented decay. We're trying to reconstruct entire civilizations from their garbage dumps and broken pottery, like archaeologists of the future trying to understand our world based solely on landfills and the foundations of buildings. This realization becomes particularly unsettling when you consider how quickly even our most impressive achievements could vanish without maintenance. The steel and concrete that make up our cities are not permanent materials. They are temporary borrowings from the earth that will return to rust and dust in a matter of centuries without constant upkeep. Our electronics, our computers, our vast networks of information storage, all of it depends on continuous maintenance and renewal. Pull the plug on human civilization tomorrow, and within 1,000 years most traces of our technological achievement would be unrecognizable. The only things that would survive in recognizable form would be our stone monuments, Mount Rushmore perhaps, or the Great Dams, and even these would eventually succumb to erosion and collapse. Within 10,000 years, an alien archaeologist visiting Earth would find mostly puzzling ruins, strange isotopic signatures in the soil, and perhaps some very durable plastics that had somehow survived the intervening millennia. Now imagine that timeline extended not just thousands of years into the future, but millions. What would be left of us then? What would survive to tell future investigators that humans had once built cities, split atoms, and reached for the stars? The answer is sobering. Almost nothing. Perhaps some isotopic anomalies from our nuclear tests, a thin layer of unusual materials in the geological record, maybe some extremely durable artifacts buried in very specific conditions. Future scientists would have to be extraordinarily clever and persistent to detect our presence in the deep geological record. This is the problem that faces us when we try to look for evidence of previous technological civilizations on Earth. If such civilizations existed hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, their traces would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect. We would need to know exactly what to look for and where to look for it. But there might be subtle signs, fingerprints of industrial activity that could persist across geological time. Large-scale mining operations would leave permanent scars in the Earth's crust. The use of fossil fuels would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere in ways that might be preserved in ice cores or sedimentary rocks. Nuclear technology would leave distinctive radioactive signatures. Mass extinctions caused by environmental degradation would show up in the fossil record. Some researchers have begun to search for such signatures systematically. The concept has been dubbed the Silurian hypothesis, named after a science fiction race of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humans. The idea is not to look for artifacts or ruins, but for the subtle geochemical traces that an industrial civilization would inevitably leave behind. The search has turned up some intriguing possibilities. There are periods in Earth's history marked by unusual isotopic signatures, sudden changes in atmospheric composition, and mass extinctions that seem to occur too rapidly to be explained by known natural processes. The Permian-Triassic extinction, for instance, involved not just the death of most species on Earth, but dramatic changes in ocean chemistry and atmospheric composition that happened over an extremely short period of time. Could such events have been caused by runaway industrial activity rather than natural catastrophes? Could previous civilizations have triggered their own extinction through environmental destruction, leaving behind only the chemical signatures of their final collapse? The idea is speculative, but it highlights a crucial point. The absence of obvious evidence for previous civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It might simply mean we don't yet know how to recognize their traces. Consider how much of our own history would be lost if not for written records. The vast majority of human cultures throughout history were pre-literate, preserving their knowledge through oral tradition alone. When those cultures disappeared, through conquest, disease, or environmental collapse, their stories, their technologies, their entire ways of understanding the world vanished with them. Even literate civilizations are incredibly fragile. The Library of Alexandria, which once contained perhaps 500,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, was gradually destroyed through neglect, religious persecution, and political upheaval. When it finally burned, centuries of scientific and philosophical achievement turned to ash in a matter of hours. The same pattern has repeated throughout history. The Maya developed sophisticated writing systems, advanced astronomy, and complex mathematical concepts. Then their civilization collapsed, and most of their books were deliberately burned by Spanish conquistadors who saw them as works of the devil. Today, we have only 4 surviving Maya codices from a culture that once produced thousands of books. The lesson is clear. Knowledge is far more fragile than we like to believe. Entire bodies of learning can vanish in a single generation if they are not actively preserved and transmitted. Technologies can be lost, rediscovered, and lost again. The wheel, for instance, was invented multiple times by different cultures, and was also abandoned by some cultures that had previously used it. If this can happen to civilizations separated by mere centuries or millennia, what about those separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of years? How many times might intelligence have emerged on Earth, reached technological sophistication, and then vanish so completely that no trace remains? The possibility becomes even more intriguing when you consider the deep time perspective. Earth has been habitable for billions of years. Complex life has existed for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, a period so vast that entire species evolved and went extinct without leaving any trace in the fossil record. During such immense spans of time, natural selection has had countless opportunities to produce intelligence. We tend to think of human-level intelligence as the pinnacle of evolution, but there's no reason to assume we represent the first or only time such intelligence has emerged. Indeed, given enough time, it seems almost inevitable that intelligence would evolve multiple times, in multiple forms. Some of these intelligences might have been very different from our own. They might have been aquatic civilizations that built their cities on the seafloor, leaving no trace after the ocean basins were recycled through tectonic processes. They might have been silicon-based rather than carbon-based, creating technologies we wouldn't recognize as such. They might have been collective intelligences, vast networks of cooperating organisms that achieved technological sophistication without ever developing individual consciousness as we understand it. The more we learn about the diversity and resilience of life on Earth, the more plausible such scenarios become. We have discovered organisms that thrive in conditions previously thought to be lethal. In boiling acid springs, in the crushing depths of ocean trenches, in solid rock miles beneath the surface. Life is far more adaptable and creative than we ever imagined. If life can flourish in such extreme environments, why not intelligence? Why not technological civilization? The only reason we assume such things are rare or unique is that we have only one example to study, ourselves. But what if we are not unique at all, but simply the latest in a long series of intelligent species that have risen and fallen across the vast expanse of Earth's history? The Watchers in the Deep. In the deepest parts of our oceans, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush human bones to powder, strange things move in the eternal darkness. We know less about our own ocean depth than we do about the surface of Mars. Less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail, and less than 5% has been directly explored. The deepest parts of the ocean trenches might as well be alien worlds. So little do we understand about what lies beneath the crushing weight of miles of water. But what we have discovered in those depths is extraordinary. Entire ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight, drawing energy from chemical processes around volcanic vents. Creatures so bizarre they seem like products of science fiction. Transparent organisms with bioluminescent organs, ancient species that have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, vast networks of bacterial colonies that might represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth. In 1977, researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift discovered something that revolutionized biology: hydrothermal vents surrounded by thriving communities of life in the complete absence of sunlight. These ecosystems are based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, using chemical energy from the Earth's interior to support complex food webs. The discovery suggested that life might be far more widespread in the universe than previously thought. If life could thrive in Earth's deepest, darkest places, it might also exist in the subsurface oceans of moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the deep ocean holds other mysteries that are harder to explain. In recent years, underwater exploration has revealed structures that don't fit easily into our understanding of natural geological processes. Strange geometric formations on the sea floor, perfectly circular depressions that extend for miles, underwater roads of fitted stones that seem too regular to be natural. Most of these anomalies are dismissed as pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns and purpose in random natural formations. But some are harder to explain away. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid submerged beneath 75 feet of water. The structure shows clear evidence of right angles, straight edges, and geometric precision that seem inconsistent with natural erosion patterns. Mainstream archaeology insists that Yonaguni is a natural formation, carved by water and tectonic activity over millions of years. But marine geologist Robert Schoch, who has studied the site extensively, argues that while the basic structure may be natural, it shows clear evidence of human modification. Tool marks, carved steps, and geometric alterations suggest that someone worked the natural formation into a more regular, purposeful shape. If Schoch is correct, the implications are staggering. The Yonaguni Monument was last above sea level over 12,000 years ago, during the Ice Age when ocean levels were much lower. This would mean that sophisticated stoneworking cultures existed in the region long before conventional archaeology suggests such capabilities developed. But Yonaguni is not alone. Similar underwater structures have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. In the Gulf of Cambay off western India, sonar has detected what appears to be a large city submerged beneath 120 feet of water. The site includes geometric structures, grid-like street patterns, and what look like step pyramids. Carbon dating of artifacts dredged from the site has yielded dates of up to 9,500 years ago. The implications are profound. If these underwater sites are indeed artificial, the remains of cities and monuments built when sea levels were lower, they suggest that sophisticated civilizations existed during the Ice Age, thousands of years before conventional history begins. And if such civilizations existed, they would have been perfectly positioned along the then exposed continental shelves, in the most fertile and resource-rich areas of the ancient world. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose by 400 feet or more, these coastal civilizations would have been inundated. Their cities, their ports, their monuments. Everything would have disappeared beneath the waves. Only scattered survivors would have remained, carrying fragments of knowledge to higher ground, preserving what they could in stories and myths while struggling to rebuild in a changed world. This scenario would explain many of the puzzles that have long perplexed archaeologists. Why do the earliest known civilizations appear so suddenly and fully formed, without clear developmental stages? Why do isolated cultures around the world share similar technologies and architectural styles? Why do flood myths appear in nearly every human culture? The answer might be that civilization didn't begin with the rise of agriculture 11,000 years ago. It restarted then, rebuilt by survivors of much older cultures that had been destroyed by rising seas and climate change at the end of the Ice Age. But the deep ocean might hold more than just the ruins of lost cities. In the abyssal depths, where pressure and cold have preserved organic materials for millions of years, there might be evidence of life forms that evolved intelligence long before vertebrates colonized the land. Consider the cephalopods, octopi, squid, and their relatives. These creatures evolved complex nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors completely independent of the vertebrate line that eventually produced humans. Octopi demonstrate problem-solving abilities, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality. They can change their skin color and texture to communicate complex messages, effectively giving them a form of language written in living color across their bodies. But octopi have short lifespans and no way to pass knowledge from one generation to the next except through genetic programming. They must learn everything anew in each short life. What if, in the deep past, some branch of cephalopod evolution had overcome this limitation? What if they had developed longer lifespans or, better yet, collective memory systems that allowed knowledge to accumulate across generations? Such a species might have developed a very different kind of intelligence from our own. One based on fluid adaptation and rapid learning rather than tool-making and environmental modification. They might have built cities from coral and cultivated sea gardens rather than smelting metals and quarrying stone. Their technology might have been biological rather than mechanical, leaving no trace that we would recognize as artificial. In the deepest ocean trenches, isolated from surface changes for millions of years, such civilizations might have risen and fallen without ever leaving evidence that surface-dwelling archaeologists would recognize. Their ruins would be dissolved by the corrosive deep-sea environment, their artifacts consumed by bacteria, their very existence erased by the slow, patient chemistry of the abyss. The idea sounds like science fiction, but recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far stranger and more dynamic than we ever imagined. Vast communities of microorganisms exist in the sediments of the ocean floor, some of them billions of years old, living at the very edge of what we consider possible for life. These deep biosphere communities might represent the most ancient forms of life on Earth, preserving genetic and biochemical information from epochs when the planet was very different. What if some of these ancient communities evolved beyond simple microorganisms? What if, given the vast timescales available, they developed complex behaviors, communication systems, even forms of consciousness that we cannot recognize because they operate on completely different principles from our own? The ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence so alien to our experience that we lack the conceptual framework to even recognize them as intelligent. They might communicate through chemical signals that take years to propagate across ocean basins. They might think in geological time, with individual thoughts lasting centuries and conversations spanning millennia. They might perceive reality through senses we don't possess. experiencing the world as patterns of pressure and chemical gradients, magnetic fields and subsonic vibrations. Such intelligences might have watched the rise and fall of surface civilizations with the detached interest of gods observing the brief lives of mayflies. They might have accumulated knowledge across millions of years, developing understanding of the universe that makes our science seem primitive and limited. And they might still be there, in the crushing depths, patiently observing as we take our first tentative steps into the deep ocean that has been their domain since long before the first fish crawled onto land. This possibility, that Earth's oceans might harbour ancient intelligences that predate terrestrial life by millions or billions of years, adds yet another layer to the mystery of what came before us. We search for evidence of previous civilizations in stone monuments and mythological stories, but perhaps we should be looking deeper, into realms so alien and hostile to our form of life that we never thought to consider them as potential homes for intelligence. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well. In its crushing darkness and impossible cold, in its corrosive chemistry and alien pressures, evidence of previous intelligences might rest beyond our ability to detect or comprehend. We are surface dwellers, creatures of air and light, trying to understand a world that is fundamentally underwater, fundamentally dark, fundamentally different from everything we know about the requirements for complex life. But as our technology improves and our understanding deepens, we are beginning to probe those depths more systematically. Each dive, each sonar survey, each sample brought up from the abyssal plains adds to our knowledge of what lies beneath. And sometimes, just sometimes, we find things that don't quite fit our expectations, anomalies that hint at complexities we haven't yet learned to interpret. The ocean depths are vast beyond imagination, deeper than our highest mountains, more alien than the surface of Mars. If intelligence has evolved multiple times on Earth across its billions of years of history, some of those intelligences might have chosen the depths over the shallows, the eternal darkness over the brief flicker of sunlight. They might still be there, waiting in the deep, watching and remembering everything that has ever lived and died on the surface of their water world. The genetic ghosts. Hidden within the spiral staircase of human DNA lies a library more vast and mysterious than any archive built from stone or paper. Our genome contains not just the blueprint for building a human body, but the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth, a genetic memory that stretches back billions of years to the first replicating molecules that learned to copy themselves in ancient seas. But DNA holds more than evolutionary history. It holds evidence of bottlenecks and expansions, of populations that nearly went extinct and others that exploded across continents. It records the effects of diseases, disasters, and dramatic environmental changes. And within that record, geneticists are discovering patterns that don't quite match the neat timelines of human migration and development that we've constructed from archaeological evidence. The most startling revelation has been how recently our species came close to extinction, not once, but multiple times. The genetic evidence suggests that around 70,000 years ago, the human population crashed to perhaps as few as 2,000 breeding individuals. The entire future of our species balanced on the edge of oblivion, survivors scattered across a continent, carrying with them a severely restricted gene pool that we still carry today. This bottleneck coincides roughly with the Toba supervolcanic eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in the past 2 million years. The eruption threw enough ash and sulfur into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dramatically reducing global temperatures and making survival extremely difficult for human populations that were still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But the genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only near-extinction event in human history. There are signs of earlier bottlenecks, earlier crashes in population that reduced our ancestors to small, isolated groups, struggling to survive in a hostile world. Each time, somehow, the species recovered, but not without losing something in the process. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these population crashes don't correspond to any known natural disasters. The genetic signatures suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in population that occurred during periods when the climate was relatively stable and conditions should have favoured human expansion. It's as if entire populations simply vanished, leaving only small remnant groups to carry the human lineage forward. This pattern becomes even more mysterious when you consider the genetic diversity of modern human populations. Despite having spread across the entire globe, humans are remarkably genetically uniform compared to other species. We have less genetic diversity than chimpanzees, who are confined to a much smaller area of Africa. This suggests that our global expansion happened very recently and from a very small founding population. But there are anomalies in our genetic structure that hint at a more complex history. Traces of DNA that don't fit the straightforward narrative of human evolution from Africa. Genetic markers that suggest ancient admixture with populations that shouldn't have existed according to conventional timelines. Sequences that appear to have been acquired through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in bacteria but supposedly impossible in complex organisms like humans. Most controversial are the findings related to what geneticists call ghost populations, human-like groups that contributed genetic material to modern humans but left no direct descendants and no archaeological trace. These populations are detected only through their genetic signatures, like shadows cast by people who have long since walked out of the light. The most famous of these ghost populations are the Denisovans, known only from a few fragments of bone found in a Siberian cave, but whose genetic legacy makes up 2 to 3% of the genome of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians. The Denisovans apparently lived across a vast area of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have almost no physical evidence of their existence, just their genetic fingerprints preserved in the DNA of their distant descendants. But genetic analysis suggests there were other ghost populations as well, groups that contributed to human ancestry, but whose physical remains have never been found. Some of these populations appear to have had unusual characteristics, genetic adaptations that suggest they lived in extreme environments or had unusual physiological capabilities. Perhaps most intriguingly, some researchers have identified genetic sequences in modern humans that appear to be much older than they should be, according to standard models of human evolution. These archaic sequences don't match any known human ancestor, but seem to represent genetic contributions from populations that diverged from the main human line hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. The conventional explanation is that these sequences represent contamination from other hominin species that modern humans encountered and interbred with during their expansion out of Africa. But some researchers have proposed a more radical possibility, that these genetic ghosts represent the remnants of earlier human civilizations that achieved technological sophistication long before our own. The idea is based on the observation that technological development can dramatically affect evolutionary pressures. A species that develops agriculture, medicine, and complex social organization can survive in environments and in population densities that would be impossible for hunter-gatherers. They can also develop genetic adaptations to the artificial environments they create, resistance to diseases spread by dense urban populations, ability to digest agricultural products, tolerance for the toxins produced by metallurgy and manufacturing. If such a technological species existed, in the deep past their genetic signature might persist even after their civilization collapsed, and their descendants reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. The technological adaptations would become evolutionary baggage, genetic sequences that served no function in a post-civilizational environment, but persisted simply because they weren't actively harmful. Over thousands or tens of thousands of years, most such sequences would be gradually eliminated by natural selection. But some might persist, especially if they were linked to other genes that did provide survival advantages. These genetic ghosts would be detectable by modern analysis as sequences that seem too old, too complex, or too specialized for the environments in which they're found. The genetic evidence becomes even more intriguing when combined with recent discoveries about the antiquity and sophistication of human behavior. Archaeological sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa have revealed evidence of symbolic behavior, artistic expression, and complex tool-making dating back over 100,000 years, much earlier than previously thought possible. At Blombos, archaeologists have found carefully crafted shell beads, ochre crayons with abstract engravings, and sophisticated bone tools that required advanced planning and technical skill to create. The site suggests that modern human cognition and behavior emerged much earlier than the Great Leap Forward that supposedly occurred around 40,000 years ago. But if modern human behavior emerged 100,000 or even 200,000 years ago, what were our ancestors doing during the intervening millennia? The archaeological record shows long periods of apparent stasis punctuated by sudden bursts of innovation. Technologies appear, disappear, and reappear again thousands of years later. Artistic traditions start and stop with no clear explanation. This pattern is puzzling if you assume steady progressive development, but it makes perfect sense if you assume that human populations went through repeated cycles of advancement and collapse. Technologies would be developed during periods of population growth and cultural stability, then lost during environmental crises or social upheaval. Survivors would preserve fragments of knowledge, but it might take thousands of years for conditions to become favorable enough for that knowledge to be fully redeveloped and expanded upon. The genetic evidence supports this cyclical model. The population bottlenecks recorded in our DNA correspond to periods when technologies and cultural traditions would have been most vulnerable to loss. Each crash would have scattered the surviving populations, breaking up the social networks that preserved and transmitted complex knowledge. But each recovery would have started from a higher baseline than the previous cycle. The survivors would carry not just genetic memories of adaptation, but cultural memories of what was possible. They would know that humans could work metal, build monuments, navigate by the stars. Even if they had temporarily lost the specific knowledge of how to do these things. This might explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in the archaeological record. The Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, the development of writing and mathematics, all of these might represent not the first invention of these technologies, but their reinvention by populations who carried genetic and cultural memories of earlier achievements. The human genome is a palimpsest, a manuscript that has been written over and erased and written over again countless times. Each layer tells a different story about our past, and the deepest layers preserve memories so ancient that we're only now learning how to read them. As our techniques for genetic analysis become more sophisticated, we're uncovering evidence of complexities in human history that challenge our most basic assumptions about who we are and where we came from. We are the children of survivors of volcanic winters and cosmic impacts, of climate shifts and population crashes, of the rise and fall of civilizations whose names we never learned because they forgot how to write them down. We carry within ourselves the genetic memories of all those who came before us, the accumulated wisdom and experience of 1,000,000 generations of ancestors who faced the darkness and somehow found a way forward. But we also carry something else, the genetic potential for all the capabilities and achievements of those who came before us. If previous human populations developed sophisticated technologies, if they built civilizations and created art and music and literature, then the genetic capacity for those achievements still exists within us. We are not just the inheritors of their failures, but of their possibilities. In the spiraling darkness of our DNA, the ghosts of previous civilizations whisper their secrets to anyone who knows how to listen. They tell us that we have been here before, that we have risen and fallen and risen again, that the human story is far older and more complex than we ever imagined. And they tell us something else, something that echoes through the generations like a promise or a warning. We can do it again. The keepers of time. In the pre-dawn darkness of winter solstice morning, atop the hill of Newgrange in Ireland, something miraculous happens that has been happening for over 5,000 years. As the sun rises above the horizon, a single shaft of golden light penetrates the roof box of the ancient passage tomb, travels down the 60-foot corridor, and illuminates the triple spiral carved into the back wall of the burial chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the heart of the monument blazes with light, then returns to darkness for another year. This is not an accident. The entire massive structure, 200 feet in diameter, built from 200,000 tons of stone and earth, was designed and constructed with mathematical precision to capture this single moment of cosmic alignment. The builders had to understand not just basic astronomy, but the complex mechanics of Earth's orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and the subtle variations in the sun's path across the sky that occur over centuries. Newgrange predates Stonehenge by 500 years and the Great Pyramid by 600 years. It was built by Neolithic farmers who supposedly had only stone tools, wooden rollers, and basic agricultural knowledge. Yet the astronomical calculations required for its construction would challenge modern engineers equipped with computers and precise instruments. This is the paradox that haunts our understanding of the ancient world. Again and again, we find evidence of astronomical knowledge so sophisticated, so precise, so far-reaching in its implications that it seems to come from a completely different level of civilization than the one we think we're studying. The phenomenon is global. In the jungles of Guatemala, the Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.420 days, more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe would use for another 1,000 years. They tracked the cycles of Venus with an error of only 2 hours over a period of 500 years. They predicted eclipses centuries into the future and recorded astronomical events from centuries in the past. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, stone circles arranged by cattle herders 7,000 years ago align with the rising of Sirius and the summer solstice. But the alignments were not designed for the time when they were built. They point to where these celestial events occurred thousands of years earlier, suggesting the builders were working from much older astronomical records. In Cambodia, the massive temple complex of Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century, mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE, over 11,000 years before the temple was constructed. The correlation is so precise that it seems impossible to attribute to coincidence. These examples multiply across every continent and every epoch of human history. Ancient structures aligned to celestial events with pinpoint accuracy, calendars that track cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years, myths and texts that preserve astronomical data from times so remote that the knowledge they contain couldn't have been gathered by the cultures that preserved them. The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples were keen observers of the sky, and that over many generations they accumulated accurate astronomical knowledge through patient observation and record keeping. This explanation works for simple phenomena, tracking the phases of the moon, noting the seasonal movement of constellations, predicting the annual flood cycles. But it falls apart when we examine the more sophisticated examples. The precession of the equinoxes, for instance, is a phenomenon that takes 25,020 years to complete one full cycle. It's caused by a wobble in Earth's axis that makes the position of the north celestial pole shift slowly against the background of stars. To detect this movement requires not just centuries of careful observation, but a conceptual framework sophisticated enough to separate this subtle effect from all the other complex motions of celestial objects. Yet evidence for knowledge of precession appears throughout the ancient world. The Egyptians encoded it in their mythology, describing ages ruled by different gods that correspond to different precessional epochs. The Greeks inherited this knowledge and developed it into a formal astronomical theory. Hindu and Buddhist texts describe vast cosmic cycles that match precessional periods with remarkable accuracy. Most intriguingly, this knowledge appears to be embedded in monuments and myths from cultures that had no known contact with each other. The precessional cycle appears in Norse mythology, in Mesoamerican calendars, in the astronomical alignments of temples across Asia and Africa. It's as if this knowledge was part of a global heritage, preserved and transmitted by different cultures across vast spans of time. Consider the problem of longitude. For most of human history, determining one's position east or west on the globe was one of navigation's greatest challenges. The problem wasn't solved in Europe until the 18th century, with the development of accurate marine chronometers that could keep precise time during long ocean voyages. Yet the ancient Egyptians somehow managed to align the Great Pyramid with true cardinal directions to within 3/60th of a degree. The pyramid's base is also level to within just 2.1 centimeters across its entire 230-meter width. This level of precision requires not just sophisticated surveying techniques, but accurate knowledge of the Earth's shape and rotation. Similarly, many ancient sites around the world are positioned at locations that seem to have been chosen for their geometric relationships to other sites thousands of miles away. The Great Pyramid sits at exactly 30 degrees north latitude, 1/3 of the way from the equator to the pole. Angkor Wat is precisely 72 degrees of longitude east of the pyramids at Giza, a relationship that corresponds to the precessional number 72, the number of years it takes for precession to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. These geometric relationships appear too frequently and too precisely to be coincidental. They suggest a level of global coordination and mathematical sophistication that seems impossible for ancient civilizations using supposedly primitive technologies. How did builders in Egypt communicate with builders in Cambodia? How did they achieve such precise measurements across continental distances? One possibility is that these monuments were built according to a master plan developed by a civilization with global reach and sophisticated technology, a civilization that predated the individual cultures we credit with their construction. The monuments we see today might be reconstructions or modifications of much older sites, built according to plans and alignments established in a remote antiquity. This would explain another puzzling aspect of ancient astronomical sites. Many of them seem to commemorate celestial events that occurred thousands of years before the monuments were built. The Sphinx's gaze toward the constellation Leo corresponds to the spring equinox of 10,500 BCE, when Leo rose directly in front of the monument at dawn. The star maps in Egyptian temples show the night sky, as it appeared millennia before those temples were constructed. It's as if the builders were trying to preserve memories of specific moments in deep time, cosmic anniversaries that held special significance for reasons we no longer understand. But why would ancient peoples go to such extraordinary effort to commemorate astronomical events from their distant past? What was so important about these particular moments in cosmic history? The answer might lie in the growing realization that Earth's relationship with the cosmos is far more dynamic and dangerous than we once believed. The solar system moves through different regions of the galaxy over vast periods of time, encountering varying densities of cosmic dust, different levels of radiation, and gravitational influences from nearby stars. These cosmic environments can have profound effects on Earth's climate, magnetic field, and the evolution of life itself. Recent research has revealed that the solar system's orbit around the galactic center brings us through regions of space with very different properties. Every 26 million years or so, we pass through the galactic plane, where the density of matter and energy is much higher than in the quieter regions where we normally reside. These passages correlate with periods of increased cosmic radiation, climate disruption, and mass extinctions in Earth's geological record. The cycle isn't perfectly regular. It's influenced by the gravitational effects of nearby stars, the structure of spiral arms in the galaxy, and other cosmic factors that can accelerate or delay our passage through these dangerous regions. But ancient astronomers, given enough time and careful observation, might have detected these patterns and learned to predict when Earth would be most vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. This could explain the obsession with long-term astronomical cycles that appears in so many ancient cultures. The Maya long count calendar, which tracks a cycle of 5,125 years, might not be arbitrary. It might correspond to a period during which specific cosmic dangers recur. The Hindu concept of yugas, vast cosmic ages lasting hundreds of thousands of years, might preserve knowledge of even longer cycles that affect the stability of civilizations on Earth. If previous civilizations had achieved a level of astronomical sophistication that allowed them to detect these cosmic cycles, they might have devoted enormous resources to preserving this knowledge for their descendants. The monuments and calendars and myths might all be part of a vast early warning system designed to help future civilizations recognize when dangerous periods were approaching and prepare accordingly. This interpretation gives new meaning to many ancient texts that describe cycles of creation and destruction, golden ages followed by catastrophic endings. The Hindu Puranas describe 4 yugas that repeat endlessly, with each cycle ending in dissolution and renewal. The Maya believed in multiple creation cycles, each ending when the gods became dissatisfied with their creations and destroyed the world to start over. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok as part of an eternal cycle, where the world is destroyed and reborn with each cosmic age. These might not be metaphysical concepts or moral allegories, but practical astronomical information encoded in mythological language. The gods who destroy and recreate the world might represent cosmic forces, galactic radiation, solar variations, gravitational disruptions that periodically threaten the stability of Earth's biosphere. The ages might correspond to real periods of cosmic safety and danger that repeat according to astronomical cycles spanning thousands or millions of years. From this perspective, the ancient monuments take on a different significance. They weren't just temples or tombs, but observatories and record-keeping systems designed to track humanity's progress through these cosmic cycles. The precise astronomical alignments weren't just religious symbolism, but functional instruments for measuring Earth's position in space and time. The Great Pyramid, for instance, might have served as a kind of cosmic clock, its internal chambers and passages aligned to track the movement of specific stars and constellations over vast periods of time. The King's Chamber points toward Orion, associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The Queen's Chamber points toward Sirius, linked with Isis, the goddess of magic and renewal. These weren't arbitrary choices. They might represent stars whose behavior serves as markers for Earth's passage through different cosmic environments. Similarly, Stonehenge's complex arrangement of stones creates multiple sight lines that track not just annual solar and lunar cycles, but much longer periods of celestial motion. The monument was built in phases over more than 1,500 years, with each phase adding new capabilities for astronomical observation and calculation. The final structure could predict eclipses decades in advance and track the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills with remarkable precision. But Stonehenge's most mysterious feature might be its acoustic properties. Recent research has revealed that the circle of stones creates a unique sound environment, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Specific locations within the circle produce distinct resonances when sounds are made, almost as if the monument was designed as a kind of acoustic instrument. This raises intriguing possibilities about how astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted in ancient times. Sound and music can encode complex information in memorable patterns that persist across generations even when written records are lost. The specific frequencies produced at Stonehenge might correspond to astronomical cycles, with different tones representing different periods of cosmic time. Many ancient cultures associated music and mathematics with cosmic harmony. The Pythagoreans believed that celestial bodies produced musical tones as they moved through space, and that understanding these cosmic harmonies was the key to understanding the structure of the universe. Hindu traditions describe the universe as being created and sustained by sound vibrations, with different frequencies corresponding to different levels of cosmic manifestation. If advanced ancient astronomers had discovered mathematical relationships between cosmic cycles and harmonic frequencies, they might have encoded crucial astronomical data in musical forms that could be preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, even during periods when written records were lost. The songs and chants that accompany ancient rituals might contain sophisticated astronomical information disguised as religious or ceremonial content. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider how much astronomical knowledge has been preserved in seemingly primitive cultural forms. Aboriginal Australian songlines encode precise navigation information across thousands of miles of continent, with each song corresponding to specific landmarks, water sources, and seasonal patterns. The information is so accurate that modern GPS systems confirm the precision of traditional navigation techniques that have been passed down orally for tens of thousands of years. Similarly, Polynesian navigators used traditional chants and stick charts to guide voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, using techniques that allowed them to determine their position by reading wave patterns, star positions, and subtle environmental cues. These methods were far more sophisticated than European navigation techniques available at the same time, yet they required no written records or mechanical instruments, just precise cultural knowledge passed down through generations of master navigators. If such sophisticated information could be preserved in traditional forms for thousands of years, what about astronomical knowledge developed by previous technological civilizations? What if the myths and monuments we've inherited contain not just simple observations of celestial phenomena, but precise mathematical data about cosmic cycles that affect the long-term survival of Earth's biosphere? The implications are staggering. Every ancient culture might be the guardian of fragments of a vast astronomical database compiled over millions of years by successive civilizations. The monuments might be backup systems designed to preserve crucial information, even if the cultures that built them collapse completely. The myths might be mnemonic devices that encode complex mathematical relationships in story form, allowing essential knowledge to survive even when its scientific context is forgotten. From this perspective, our current civilization occupies a unique position in the cosmic cycle. We have developed the technological capability to verify and extend the astronomical knowledge preserved by our predecessors, but we may be running out of time to fully decode and understand it before the next dangerous period in Earth's cosmic journey begins. The ancient astronomers knew something that we're only beginning to rediscover, that Earth's fate is intimately connected to cosmic cycles, operating on scales much larger than human history. They devoted enormous resources to tracking these cycles and preserving the knowledge for future generations. The question now is whether we can decode their warnings quickly enough to benefit from their hard-won wisdom. As we stand at the threshold of becoming a truly spacefaring civilization, we might be approaching a cosmic test that previous civilizations failed. The monuments they left behind might not just be archaeological curiosities, but survival manuals for navigating the dangerous periods that lie ahead. The time has come to take their warnings seriously and learn from their example, before it's too late to avoid repeating their fate. The archive of everything deep beneath the Giza Plateau in chambers that official archaeology claims do not exist. Legend speaks of a vast library containing the complete records of human civilization. The Hall of Records, as it has been called, supposedly holds not just the history of Egypt, but the entire story of humanity's rise and fall across multiple epochs of deep time. No such chamber has ever been found, despite decades of ground-penetrating radar surveys, drilling projects, and exhaustive exploration of the Giza complex. Yet the legend persists, supported by ancient Egyptian texts that speak of hidden repositories of wisdom, by the testimony of classical authors who claim to have seen such archives, and by the nagging sense that a civilization capable of building the Great Pyramid must have possessed knowledge far beyond what their surviving texts reveal. But what if the Hall of Records was never meant to be a single physical location? What if the ancient keepers of knowledge were far cleverer than we imagined, distributing their most precious information across multiple storage systems designed to survive different types of catastrophes? The more we study ancient monuments, texts, and traditions, the more they seem to function as components of a vast distributed archive, a global information storage network that preserves crucial knowledge in multiple redundant formats designed to survive the collapse of individual civilizations. Consider the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions encode not just pi and the golden ratio, but the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, the speed of light, and dozens of other physical constants that supposedly weren't discovered until modern times. These numbers aren't just carved into the stone, they're built into the very structure of the monument, preserved in ratios and proportions that would survive even if all surface decorations were eroded away. This technique of encoding information in architectural proportions appears at sites around the world. Angkor Wat's dimensions correspond to cosmic cycles measured in thousands of years. Stonehenge's geometry encodes astronomical constants and mathematical relationships. The Mayan pyramids at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan contain precise numerical data about planetary orbits and calendar calculations. The distributed nature of this information suggests a deliberate preservation strategy. If crucial knowledge was scattered across multiple monuments on different continents, it would be almost impossible for any single catastrophe to destroy it completely. Even if several sites were lost, enough would survive to allow future civilizations to reconstruct the complete database. But the ancient archivists didn't stop with monuments. They also encoded information in stories, mathematical concepts, and cultural practices that could survive even the complete destruction of physical structures. The stories we call myths often contain precise astronomical data, mathematical relationships, and scientific concepts disguised as narratives about gods and heroes. The Hindu epics, for instance, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of nuclear weapons, aerial warfare, and genetic engineering techniques, all embedded in stories about divine beings and magical powers. The Ramayana describes Vimanas, flying vehicles, with specifications so detailed that modern engineers have used them to design working aircraft. The Mahabharata contains passages about weapons that sound suspiciously like nuclear bombs, complete with descriptions of radiation sickness and environmental contamination. These descriptions are usually dismissed as fantasy or primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. But what if they represent something else entirely? Technical manuals disguised as religious literature, preserved across thousands of years by cultures that no longer understood the original scientific context. The same pattern appears in traditions around the world. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories contain precise geological information about events that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, including the formation of specific landforms and the effects of sea level changes at the end of the Ice Age. These stories were supposedly created by Stone Age peoples with no understanding of geology, yet they preserve accurate scientific information with remarkable precision. Polynesian creation myths describe the formation of island chains with geological accuracy that matches modern scientific understanding. Norse legends contain detailed descriptions of climate cycles and their effects on human populations. Native American traditions preserve information about astronomical events, geological catastrophes, and environmental changes spanning thousands of years. The consistency and accuracy of this information across so many different cultures suggests that it comes from a common source, a sophisticated understanding of Earth's history and cosmic environment that was systematically preserved in story form when more direct recording methods became unavailable. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this distributed archive is how it seems designed to reveal itself gradually as human knowledge advances. The mathematical constants in the pyramids only became apparent when we developed the tools to measure them precisely. the astronomical alignments of ancient monuments only made sense when we understood precession and long-term celestial mechanics. The scientific information in ancient texts only becomes recognizable when we rediscover the technologies they describe. It's almost as if the ancient archivists anticipated that future civilizations would develop knowledge in a particular sequence and designed their information storage system to provide confirmation and additional data as we reached each level of understanding. The monuments function like a cosmic combination lock, revealing their secrets only when we demonstrate that we possess the conceptual keys to interpret them correctly. This interpretation explains many of the anomalies that have puzzled researchers for decades. Why do ancient monuments contain information about physical constants that their builders supposedly couldn't have known? Because the builders weren't the original designers. They were reconstructing from plans created by a previous civilization with advanced scientific knowledge. Why do myths from isolated cultures contain such similar descriptions of advanced technologies and cosmic catastrophes? Because they're all fragments of the same original database, preserved in different cultural contexts but ultimately deriving from the same source. Why do ancient astronomical sites commemorate celestial events from thousands of years before they were built? Because they're part of a long-term monitoring system, designed to track cosmic cycles that operate on timescales much longer than individual civilizations. The distributed archive theory also explains why so much ancient knowledge seems to be concentrated in specific locations and cultures. Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and Mesoamerica weren't just the birthplaces of civilization. They were the designated repository sites where survivors of an earlier global civilization concentrated their efforts to preserve and transmit crucial knowledge. These cultures became the inheritors and guardians of information systems they didn't fully understand, but which they faithfully maintained and transmitted across thousands of years. The priest classes that preserved ancient traditions weren't just religious figures. They were the human components of a vast data storage network, biological hard drives programmed to maintain and transmit information, even when its original purpose was forgotten. This would explain the remarkable continuity of certain traditions across millennia, even through periods of political collapse and cultural upheaval. The essential information was too important to lose, so it was embedded in religious practices, architectural traditions, and cultural rituals that were maintained even when their original scientific context was no longer understood. As our own civilization advances, we're beginning to recognize the sophistication of this ancient information storage system. Modern attempts to preserve knowledge for future civilizations face exactly the same challenges that the ancient archivists did: how to encode essential information in formats that will survive technological collapse, environmental catastrophe, and cultural discontinuity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault attempts to preserve genetic diversity in a frozen repository designed to survive climate change and political upheaval. The Long Now Foundation is building a 10,000-year clock designed to encourage long-term thinking and preserve information across multiple civilizations. Various projects have proposed encoding human knowledge in crystalline matrices, DNA sequences, and astronomical markers that could survive geological timescales. But all of these modern efforts pale in comparison to the elegance and redundancy of the ancient system. By distributing information across multiple formats, architectural, mythological, mathematical, astronomical, and cultural, the ancient archivists created a storage network that has already survived multiple civilizational collapses and continues to reveal new information as our ability to decode it improves. We are not just uncovering the history of ancient civilizations. We are accessing a vast database of human knowledge that spans hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of years. Each new archaeological discovery, each decoded text, each recognized astronomical alignment adds another piece to a puzzle that reveals not just where we came from, but where we might be heading. The ancient archive is still active, still transmitting its carefully preserved information to anyone with the knowledge and wisdom to decode it. The question is whether we'll prove worthy inheritors of this vast repository of human experience, or whether we will repeat the mistakes that led to its original creator's downfall. The stones are still speaking. The numbers are still adding up. The stars are still marking time in their ancient patterns. And somewhere in the intersection of all this preserved knowledge lies the key to understanding not just our past, but our future, if we can learn to listen before it's too late. The Consciousness Codex. In the sacred cave of Lascaux, 17,000 years beneath the surface of France, ancient artists created something that challenges everything we think we know about the development of human consciousness. The paintings that cover these underground galleries are not primitive scratchings or simple animal portraits. They are sophisticated works of art that demonstrate perspective, movement, shading, and compositional sophistication that rivals anything created in recorded history. But the caves hold secrets that go far beyond artistic technique. Recent analysis has revealed that many of the paintings correspond to star maps, with the positions of animals matching the locations of constellations in the night sky, as they appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The caves function as both art galleries and planetariums, encoding astronomical information in symbolic form that has survived since the end of the Ice Age. Even more mysteriously, the acoustic properties of the caves suggest they were designed to produce specific sound effects. Certain chambers create echoes that enhance particular frequencies, while others produce resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness. The painted areas correspond precisely with the locations that produce the most dramatic acoustic effects, as if the visual and auditory experiences were designed to work together. This combination of visual art, astronomical data, and consciousness, altering sound environments, points towards something far more sophisticated than the shamanic rituals that archaeologists usually invoke to explain cave art. It suggests that Paleolithic humans possessed an understanding of consciousness itself, how it could be modified, enhanced, and used to access information beyond the reach of ordinary perception. This pattern appears at sacred sites around the world. The oracle at Delphi delivered prophecies while in trance states induced by ethylene gas seeping from geological fissures beneath the temple. The design of the chamber amplified these natural psychoactive effects, creating a controlled environment for accessing altered states of consciousness. Recent geological surveys have confirmed that the ancient Greeks positioned their most important oracle precisely over a unique combination of geological features that produced the optimal conditions for consciousness modification. In the Amazon basin, indigenous shamans have used ayahuasca and other plant medicines for thousands of years to access what they describe as plant intelligence, direct communication with the molecular consciousness of the forest. The knowledge they gain through these experiences includes detailed information about the medicinal properties of hundreds of plant species, complex ecological relationships, and sustainable resource management techniques.